from the stage and put him on the spot. Go ahead, Double J.
You're the one who wanted to purge. What am I on the spot for?
Because we haven't heard a damn word from you about this whole Idaho4 5 case that you're calling it now. How dare you, sir?
Yeah, first of all, it's Idaho4.
Okay. Go on. Yes. This is in Idaho4. Is that what we got so far? I'm working up a sweat over here. I'm singing for my supper, bro. I don't know where you want out of me.
You had some beef with Bill O'Reilly or something?
Well, I gave you the links. Can I get a guard break and you take over here for just like 20 seconds?
I got no links here, bud.
I sent them to your email, sir. How dare you?
There's no emails in Moscow.
That's true. And everybody's super nice. Nothing ever happens. That's the problem.
Are you saying you want to watch these?
I mean, yeah. Totally want to watch them again so I can rage bait everybody in this chat. Donna Salamundo. Hello. Noel. What are you doing here? She's slumming tonight. Very nice to see you, Salamundo. Love Tina, my dearest love of all. And JJ even led, here we go. This is just creepy.
Christy and Steve, and her sister Aubrey is with us this morning as well. Welcome back. We were talking
Welcome to the Purge here, folks. We're purging
the documentary itself, and one of the
Persian.
things that
not to be confused with the inhabitants of modern day Iran, the Persians.
The killer
focused on the victims,
focused on their stories as well. Did you find participating in it to be cathartic? Did it help with the grieving process?
Yes, and Sky Borgman.
But you never trust a man who buttons the top button without a tie. That's all I'm saying.
We were very adamant about that, and she really took that into consideration. That we wanted this to be victim based, not him. Obviously there is no story if you don't talk about what happened.
Right.
So that had to be done, but
yeah, the Today Show is sponsored by
Ozempic.
It was
good to see them in person and real filming, real.
Thanks for joining us here tonight. The Purge, number one place for fast food news, type 2 diabetes talk, and
watch,
as we see the occasional Idaho4
just take you right back to when it all started. There are some moments that you could definitely smile.
Yeah, Steve, the last time we chatted here on the show, I recall you expressing some frustration that the case never went to trial. Now, of course, the same week that this documentary comes out, he changes his.
Yeah, what wonderful timing! The same week.
Would you like to see a trial? Would you actually like to see this go to trial this time around?
That's never changed. I've been consistent through and through.
Perhaps it's just me or this delicious burger. There's definitely a burger element to all this. I'm eating a burger right now. Fresh campfire burgers. Is it just me, or is all of this way too manufactured in timing of these things? All I'm saying is real life doesn't have so much drama. There's not so many plot twists and whatnot. Oh shit! The same week the Netflix, not the number one Netflix series coming out. I'm just saying the Dateline was coincided with the sentencing. The sentencing wasn't even, and when they actually sentenced the man, it wasn't even a hearing, dude. It was literally the roast of Brian Koberger. You know what I mean? I've been in a lot of court proceedings on various sides of the situation. How dare you? And all I'm saying is, it ain't never been nothing like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, you could make the argument the whole thing is fake, Lucy Morningstar. That is kind of what I'm inferring for sure. Because here's the deal. What was I saying? Is this the Purge? Yeah. It's almost like a murder mystery tale written by the Gooch. In fact, that's what the Gooch does in her time. She teaches murder mystery courses, fiction writers. And on top of that, we have all the records request lawsuits. You got the EWU lawsuits. A lot of lawsuits. Never trust a man who wears a polo shirt and buttons the top button. That's all I'm saying, looking at this man. But their whole family's response was just over the top aggressive. And like their family's response to the Kohberger post conviction relief filings from their family Facebook page reaches levels of satire that satire can't. Like someone who's writing satire, not the gooch. No, I'm talking about the gooch. Anyone who's goochless in writing satire, you can't reach this levels of satire. Like the shit writes itself. And again, the whole sentencing proceedings. Oh, you might get a lot of A's in school, Brian Kohberger, but in prison, you're going to get a lot of D's. Get the fuck out of here. That's a roast joke. This is a fucking court proceeding for the man's getting sentenced to 4 life sentences. That shit ain't real, dude. It's a PSYOP. SYOP. PSYOP. Where's Kane? Hey, there you are. Where you at, buddy?
I'm right here in Garland. How did I get back on the stage? This is crazy. Oh, you couldn't hear me that whole time?
Nope. I'm trying to eat
I was
my
saying
dinner,
all
dude.
these things and stuff. Okay. Well, I was saying stuff.
I never removed you from the screen. You do that to yourself, guy.
I did do that. I was talking though. I was saying funny stuff. But yeah, no, let me turn the AC back on and get it cool in here. It's funny. I think that Aubrey or whatever there is finally on the Ozempic, so they brought her into the family discussions now. And let me turn my camera back on here if I can. Oh God. All right. So yeah, this is the first time we've seen her, and they put the kid gloves and the earmuffs on with her right there, but I think that go on and play it again.
We need to make case law. Idaho had a chance. We spent $8 million. We really were in a perfect position to put our foot down and say we're not going to allow this to happen in our state. And I would have liked to see that happen.
In the docuseries, the police chief, the Moscow police chief, he basically says, as you saw, that he thinks that this is essentially a death penalty because he'll die in prison. He'll do the 4 consecutive life terms. What do you say to that?
If it was his kid, he wouldn't feel the same. That's not a real death penalty. And it's my child, and I'm going to demand the highest standard of law. And that's not.
Was it his child when he responded to or didn't respond to Moscow to find out how his daughter was doing? Was his child that day?
Oh, do you mean when he was sitting on the couch, waiting to see if he's going to get called in to work, watching the Raiders game? 3-13 Raiders.
That's the
one. Oh, you have to mute the StreamYard or the video, otherwise we echo.
I paused it, dude. Does that not work?
You have to mute it or something.
I paused
anyway,
it. There's nothing playing.
I know we're still echoing though.
I don't hear an echo.
Okay, well if the crowd's okay with it, then I'll just keep playing. But yeah, they couldn't be bothered to get off the couch to go see if their daughter was shot or unalived or whatever. But yeah, she is definitely on some ketamine treatments, because if you play that first part of her talking again, it absolutely makes zero sense whatsoever.
None of this makes sense.
Right. Yeah, they say Uncle Ted says I'm echoing. Hold on. Let me turn the echo booster off. Let me turn that. Is that better, Uncle Ted? No, I'm still echoing a little bit. Oh, that's better.
I got your echo cancellation on here.
Okay, I just turned it on too. It's doubled up now. Anyway, so yeah, if you play that first part of the video,
play that funky music, white boy.
Play it, bro.
Sky Borgman, who was the producer of that, knew that we were very adamant about that. And she really took that into consideration, that, you know, we wanted this to be victim based, not him.
Yeah.
You know,
When I first saw this, I was like, is she trying to look like Madison Mogan?
Oh wow, that's true. Yeah, and the Netflix documentary there has new footage, and it's just like Kaylee and JD sitting by the pool. It's like, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, Jack D was detained temporarily as a suspect." It's when he's sitting in the back of the car after the 911 call, dude. They net Inside Edition. We're gonna play that in a second, but go on and play some more Christie. I can't get enough.
obviously there is no story if you don't talk about what happened.
Right.
So that had to be done, but it was good to see them in person and in real filming, real photos, and as sad as it was to watch, because some of those moments just take you right back to when it all started. There are some moments that, you know, you could definitely smile.
Yeah. Steve, the last time we chatted here on the show, I recall you.
Do you have any look back and smile moments? I'm echoing. You have to mute the video, by the way, Jake. Are you there?
Yeah.
Double
The
J.
video's not on, dude.
There you go. Did you have any look back and eat them and smile moments from the hearing that you remember?
Lots of them, dude.
Yeah, I think we all do. It's a special memory for all of us, really. I mean, these people are just, I don't know. How would you describe it, sir?
It's a psyop, SYOP.
Is that why there's 1,000 questions for every answer? Is that usually what a psyop means? It's kind of the definition of a psyop, really. Are you going to play the rest of the video? You have to mute the video, I'm telling you. Otherwise, I keep echoing.
Calm down.
Last time I leave you in charge of video.
Expressing some frustration that the case never went to trial. Now, of course, the same week that this documentary comes out, he tries to change his plea. Would you like to see a trial? Would you actually like to see this go to trial this time around?
That's never changed. I've been consistent through and through. The evidence was there. I want to honor all the work that the agents did, and I think it should have stood. We need to make case law. You know, Idaho had a chance.
Wait, hold
$8 million.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
We're in a perfect position to put our foot down and say we're not going to allow that.
What do they have? They have to make case law. You have to mute the video, Jay.
Dude, there's nothing else I can do to mute the video.
Isn't there a mute video button?
It's off. Yeah, it's been muted. It's off the screen.
Okay, that's probably better, I guess. Yeah, what is case law again, by the way?
I think it's has something to do with a burger. It's a burger element.
I like burgers. Yeah, so case law is
not using it properly.
Right, case law is what a judge
is
decides.
inferring uses of technology to be established in criminal cases such as this.
And so it's more like making Steve's law, I would conjecture, right? Would you say?
No, I think they're trying to make it acceptable to institute a lot of overreaching of constitutional rights and surveillance and unlawful search and seizures. In this case, it is turning into an infomercial for that.
100%. Carry on, sir.
I think that is the case law he's referring to.
Agreed.
You want to watch more of this video?
Mm-hmm.
I paused it at a good time.
Didn't say bitch.
To happen in our state, and I would have liked to see that happen.
In the docuseries, the police chief, the Moscow police chief, he basically says, as you saw, that he thinks that this is essentially a death penalty because he'll die, do the 4 consecutive life terms. What do you say to that?
If it was his kid, he wouldn't feel the same. You know, that's not a real death penalty. And it's my child, and I'm going to demand the highest standard of law. And that's not dying in prison, you know, getting vegan meals and being treated like some kind of
he hates those
celebrity.
vegan meals, doesn't he?
That's not even close.
I did.
I mean, it's just one of those talking points that seems like a buzzword that gets folks ginned up like you just did, though, I feel like.
Well, I mean, he seems to be the only one that's bothered by the vegan meals. I mean, I don't even know, what is he getting? Like a plate of corn? Is that his vegan meal? It's like, okay, we'll just take the meat off the plate there, Kohlberger.
Well, it seems like we're getting a whole nother round of folks talking to Kohlberger like we did before, too.
Yeah,
I'm not saying some of these folks aren't talking to Kohlberger's family. I just find it odd. We, to date, have not gotten any. I know I've seen folks have put in for requests to get Kohlberger's conversations, his phone calls, dude. That's all. I mean, like, they haven't released any proof the dude's even in jail or prison.
Well, there's a video, sir. If you haven't seen the video where he's
yeah, I saw the video. That's real believable. It looks like AI, dude.
It probably is. I mean, the AI they have is pretty damn advanced, right?
Yeah, they're like, oh, we know the person who released it. There's gonna be no charges. They don't work here anymore. Do what now, bud?
Well, Enton declared that the case against the person that leaked the files or the video or whatever is ramping up, and I'm like, wow, that's conveniently convenient considering everything else that you're trying to distract us from, you know. Excuse me.
Conveniently convenient, yes, sir.
Very, very opportune. You're still eating blue cheese and ketchup burgers over there?
Calm down, guy. Let's calm down there, guy.
I hope Abner's getting some of that burger.
You know he is.
Are we gonna get Abner on the screen tonight, or are you on the screen? Anything happening there?
Probably not.
That's a psyop right there. I will say that. Speaking of psyops, why don't you share your opinion on psyop himself and his flippity flappiness that Twiz seems to love so much, and Scully has seemed to jump.
Why don't you share your opinion, guy?
Oh, I've done 2 whole shows on it, sir. I think it's your turn to speak up.
Why don't you fill me in on these details, then, friend?
I think you're well aware of what's going on right now.
If I was well aware, I would be asking for the details.
Well, you'll just correct me anyway, so let's just get right to the heart of the matter.
Let's just get down to the psyops of it. What do you got for me?
Well, he seems to have contradicted everything he said. He said that there was no evidence that he ever stalked them in his report. And I don't know, just play the rest of the video.
Calm down there, guy.
It's the echoes driving me crazy.
It's on your end, buddy.
It's not me.
How about that?
It's the video.
How about that? It's on your end.
What she said.
The same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kohlberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by that. It's my opinion the geolocation.
I like the seat adjustment right there. You know what I mean? As he's having his affidavit read back to him, he's like, "Oh, this seat's getting a little uncomfortable."
He put himself there.
Data have been provided.
Oh, it's pure muppetry.
By that, it's my opinion the geolocation data that would be consistent to Mr. Kohlberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by that. It's my opinion.
He literally adjusts when he's being read his statement about the stalking.
Right. Yeah, I think he was ready to rage quit right there.
But he makes a point of saying there is no stalking in this interview, right?
The geolocation data have been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohlberger or any of the decedents.
Was an expert on the cell phone data, among other things. And he's going to drop 2 bombshells in this episode.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound.
What was this interview, by the way, right?
I'm not sure about the gay stuff, JH.
I mean, you got homegirl who's like flashing her breasts throughout the entire interview. They have to cut it out at some point, right? They had some sort of wardrobe malfunction at some point.
She had to change her clothes, literally trying to. And apparently, I'm told by one of my viewers that it looks as though Ray and her are exchanging texts at the time. She's a married woman.
That makes sense. I mean, because she has a different shirt on in a previous interview on News Nation, where the other two are in the same clothes, I believe. The whole mess of it. What is this? You know what I mean?
I can't answer that, sir. I cannot confirm nor deny.
I'm not focused on the gay porn.
And explain why he believes these things. First of all, based on the cell phone data, he believes that Brian Koberger was inside the house at 1122 King Road, the house where Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, and Ethan lived, that he was inside the house and possibly inside the living room.
Bombshell, dude. Gay porn's in the living room. So, this interview comes out the same week as the Netflix, too, right? It's just like it all seems very orchestrated.
Very well orchestrated, actually, yeah. It looks like Brian Etten was caught off guard a little bit by all this.
I don't know what he is.
Before the murders,
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically to anybody being able to come into court and say they know that Brian Koberger's mobile device was inside the crime scene or on the property, and I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time, there is no evidence of that in this case. None. I've been very clear with that from the beginning.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. We're getting back into the reliability of the GPS, so I don't want to get too far on a branch saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Koberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the.
This show is not sponsored by A&W root beer. Just want to point that out.
A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see that, and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn.
I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time. There is no evidence of that in this case. None.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn.
I stand by that statement, and I will make the argument that you guys are never going to see evidence contrary of that statement. Right? I feel very, very comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. With that said,
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly,
hold on, turn it up.
I don't mean this in the way.
You want to talk about some gay stuff, dude? You got something to admit to the Purgers?
Well, I wanted to add that down the line we have something called, what is it, locked up bar.
I believe it's pronounced gay stuff.
And that is what he's citing as you gotta remove the video totally before.
Dude, there's no video open, buddy.
I know, but you have to totally remove it from everything, not just the stage.
There's nothing, dude. I don't have any tabs open.
But under present, is it still open down there?
There's nothing to open, dude.
I know, but is there something in present?
Yeah, that's in present. How about that?
You can't just overcap power. This is your show, for fuck's sake.
This is your show. I'm just producing it, sir.
All I'm doing is streaming your live. It's all on you. So if this whole thing falls apart.
You have 30 people on the Purge watching this, sir.
30 people. Well, welcome in, everybody. How you're doing today? It's JJ's big show here today.
It's not.
Mandy, whose birthday is it?
Dude, I will rage quit right now, friend.
I got echo canceling on, but
I have echo canceling on. How dare you?
You have echo canceling on? Locked
If
bar.
there's any echo, it's on your end. I keep telling you that.
I've done everything that I can to. Oh, you know what it is? I know how to fix this. Hold on.
Oh wait, was she a great big fat person?
Here, hold on.
Yeah, How dare you accuse me of causing any interruptions in these programming, sir?
It was me the whole time. I admit it.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
How dare you, sir?
I don't know how to do this. Hold on.
Yeah, tell me something I don't know.
I just realized what I was doing. It's because I have the camera.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yep.
It was the camera.
Yep. Now you know. If you didn't know, now you know.
Wow!
Al Pacino!
It's not Al anymore. It's Dunk.
Dunkachino?
Don't mind if I do.
What's my name? Dunkachino! It's a whole new...
Hey, you trying to get the copyright strikes? Is that what you're trying to do?
As many as possible, dude. As many as possible.
Well, I'm sure those great songs. Hold on.
Let's check in with Alex Jones and see what he has to say about it.
I've known you for years, but you're Jewish, right?
I'm actually not. I'm raised Roman Catholic, but I have a great affinity for Jewish people in Israel.
You're gay. That's what it is. There's always something.
Okay, yeah.
My point is, I didn't even know that.
Alex Jones out here accusing folks of being gay and Jewish, dude.
Purge. Okay, then does that work? Did that help? No.
You tell me, guy.
No, everything was off, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just you won't take the video off the thing.
Dude, there's no. I don't have a single tab open, dude. I will put on some cat videos, dude. How dare you?
Do you have cat videos? I love cat videos. I have a couple cat videos. Let me do this. Here's what I'm going to try to do. How about now? Is that better? I didn't think it was your StreamYard the whole time, bro. Now,
dude.
It's so much better. Okay, I feel comfortable now. So that's why it sounded like shit, bro. And also I had the oh, I hear echo again now. Hold on.
That's on you, guy.
There's the echo. Oh, it's auto.
That was an actual gnome sighting, by the way, just to make sure you're aware of that. That was real.
All right, that's good. There. Hold on, one more thing. Reduce background. I had to reduce background.
Cookies! Give me all the fucking cookies!
Cookie Monster. They don't call him Cookie Monster for nothing.
Hey, folks of the interwebs, watch out. There's been numerous Cookie Monster sightings. Protect your cookies. Watch your six.
So what other opinions you got to offer about the Cyray testimony here about the locked bar?
I think they're ginning up like a new phase of this entire psyop, dude. That's where I'm at with it right now.
How long do you think he was part of it? Because, I mean, he was literally the opposition before. And now all of a sudden we have whatever the fuck this is.
Well, how did he get this attorney out of Moscow who's practiced law with Ann Taylor and Jay Logsdon before?
Well, here's the big takeaway from that, Jay.
No, answer my question. Do it now. Cookies.
How did he get? He got appointed by Judge Hipler, and he's a private attorney.
I thought the public defender's office got appointed, and then it changed it to that guy out of Ada County. Then it changed it to that guy to Moscow, and Aleto.
Well, yeah, like I said, he got appointed by Hitler, and so anyway, the thing about it is you had. Is there any video that you have like ready to present?
Dude, I have nothing open. Dude, I will play a cat video for you right now, dude.
Play a cat video, damn it. The thing is,
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Corn Pops is a delicious cereal, but Corn Pop was a bad dude.
So here's the takeaway, JH. Is that 5-6 years ago, they had Stickergate, right? And so Moscow PD, Noons, and our boy over there lied for a complete year over a stupid body cam. They said didn't exist. There was no audio of it or anything in hearings, and it turns out they had it the whole time. So they were lying to protect their own. Now Megan Marshall was actually questionable about that.
Dude, speaking of questionable, look in the mirror, friend.
I am looking in the mirror right now. You want me to stand up,
guy?
sir?
Welcome to the Purge, fellow Purgers.
Welcome,
dude, the whole thing's questionable, dude. How does any of this go? How is any of this happening, dude? To name one thing that has been relevant to the case, has been released through any records disclosure, any release of public information. Name one thing.
Murphy the dog.
None of it pointed to Brian Kohberger, dude. None of it provided any sort of evidence of his guilt, or even implications of such. Implication for you. We've never been released a 911 phone call. It was leaked.
You think that a lot of people think that
911.
Some people think that 911 call was just cut short. That they cut it short. That's what people have been saying.
Well, cut it short from what, dude? It doesn't match up with the body camera footage, right? That's a known.
Right.
We also know that it doesn't. Now the documents say it's 4 minutes and 11 seconds when the one released publicly leaked was 4 minutes and 4 seconds. 7 seconds matter, sir.
So it's only a 7. I thought it was like a minute and 37-second difference. It was like 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, I found the actual one that was leaked. It was I think it was Long Crime was the person it was leaked to. Everything else is derivative from that. That one was 4 minutes and 4 seconds, and it's really 4 minutes 3 seconds and some change, but 7 seconds matter.
Yeah, it's a different timestamp. Anyway, so this Roush guy is the guy who.
Dude, you're a Fed. You do look like a cop. I'm not sure if anyone's ever told you that before, but you look like a cop.
That's interesting. I've never heard that before. The Roush guy was the guy who represented Doug Wilson's oldest son and his 2 sons during the Stickergate, which the Moscow PD. I mean, here's the thing about the whole fucking thing. It's less of a psyop and more like a lie-op.
Yep.
It's just the town of Muppets doing the same thing that they've always done, and unapologetically, unabashedly, unashamedly just lying straight up and thinking that everything's going to be business as usual. They did it in Stickergate like it was nothing. Stickergate was the stupidest thing. People were arrested for putting stickers on poles, which they've been doing it for decades. Okay, I feel like
there's no stickers in Moscow and there's no poles in Moscow.
Back to your field, comrade. And so I feel like I'm giving a JFK speech with this echo. Anyway,
pal.
It could be on my end. You know what? I'm going to try to switch.
7 purges ago.
Nobody was at that speech. Do you know that? Let me switch microphones.
I thought you were there, dude.
Oh wait. Is this Purge? I can go communicate. Is that better, everybody? No. All right. Let's try. Let's see. Hold on. Hello. Is this still? Is that better? I'll go. Hello.
Hello, Governor.
I think that's better.
Operation GCD with an Appalachian grin. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in.
Am I back? Is this the Purge?
You're going to have to play that whole song. You can't play it. Twiz is going to tweak out if you don't play that whole song.
Tweak, dude. Tweak.
I like that new... Wait, we can't have pew-pews. But I guess if they're AI, it's okay. It doesn't really matter.
I haven't seen Harry the Vampire in a while. That's a good point.
Yeah, I've been missing going over there to... anyway, so that it's just ironic,
don't you think?
That Alanis Morissette ended up being the lawyer from Stickergate that's going to represent BTK. Now,
freedom, sir. That's a big cup of freedom, Scully. Good to see you, bud. Yes, here at the Purge, I interrupt you frequently. What were you saying, sir?
I don't remember. You interrupted me.
How dare you? Well, what do you think on the Stickergate thing? So this is an ongoing feud between Douglas Wilson and who?
Well, they tried to make it into this biblical companilanery, and it wasn't. What it was Moscow was a bunch of feckin' liars, and they proved it right there. They finally had to admit that they had the video all along of the body cam of the arrest of the minor juvenile child. And Meghan Marshall was the only one questioning whether they had it. She's like, I think. And so there was a record of Nunez and Rodrigo checking in on that video over the year. And so when they finally got down to the business of having to admit it, they're like, yeah, they're basically covering the ass of the other cops. You follow? And so now the guy who got the charges dropped from that case is the lawyer for BK. And so the irony there is very thick. The only thing is he doesn't have...
You know about things that are thick. Go ahead, sir. Talking about burgers. This is a family program, Kane.
Sir, I thought you were talking about malted milkshakes.
Thick burgers.
So now you have somebody that's not DP certified in this case, right?
Well, it's the civil proceeding, but go ahead.
So where do you think the next step is?
Telling Brian Coburn to go fuck himself over the next 18 months to drag out this saga for ratings. You gotta have May sweeps, dude. They gotta have this going for May sweeps.
Is May coming up? May's June, May. So we got a whole another 9 months of this going on. You think they can really get the stick-to-itiveness that they need?
Now folks can't hear me.
I can hear you just fine. She's tripping. Hi, Deb. Good to see you, though. Anyway, so they would tell you.
This is a family program, sir. Good one.
Neil and Bob, my favorite. So yeah, obviously the psyop continues, dude. And
I'm just saying, dude, it just seems like real life does not have plot turns and twists of this level, the scope and or size.
Well, you know what they're going to do?
They invented the Borg.
Here's the prediction on this case. You know what they're going to do? They're going to introduce an alternate suspect. And they're going to start
that would be a Shyamalan twist. That'd be like a Shyamalan twist.
Well, the absolute psyop, the irony of the psyop is that they brought a guy named Cy Ray into
running an app, dude.
You know, and so it's like, okay, well, if we haven't spelled it out clear enough for you yet, so play the other
that funky music, white boy.
Play the internet thing, the thing I sent you.
Oh yeah, you would play that thing?
It's in the mail of the ease.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment.
Burgers. Welcome back here, folks of the interwebs. It is a pretty gross one. Burgers. Yeah, we got burgers here at the Purge. Thank y'all for joining us here at the Purge tonight. I think Kane rage quit on the Purge. He wanted to watch this video about Inside Edition. On inconclusive. We'll go with inconclusive on his opinion until he returns. Hey, he's back. Welcome back, sir. This is the Purge, the #1 show for fast food news, type 2 diabetes talk. You got both of those boxes checked there, and the occasional Idaho4 case discussion.
Damn right. There we go. Did you play the whole video?
Who is it?
You got to play this video.
I was waiting for you.
I had to.
It's the new documentary about the quadruple University of Idaho murders. Now the family of one of the victims is speaking with Inside Edition, saying they want the killer, Brian Kohberger, to go on trial so that he can be executed by a firing squad if convicted. They spoke with Allison Hall.
Brian Kohberger, the monster who slaughtered 4 college students, has some unlikely support.
This video by Inside Edition is brought to you by the fine folks at A&W Root Beer and Ozempic.
In his quest to withdraw his guilty plea and go to trial. Steve and Christy Gonzalez, whose daughter Kaylee was one of the slain, say bring it on so Kohberger can be sentenced to death by firing squad.
I would love to go to court. You don't make a deal with the devil.
Kohberger is seeking to withdraw his guilty plea, claiming his defense team convinced him to falsely confess after spooking him about the horrors of life in an 8x8 death row cell.
Do you feel like you were robbed from your day in court with him?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do they always have these complaints like robbed from your day in court? We didn't get the evidence. They didn't answer any of our questions. They maintain the same official narrative while also not pointing any of the blame at Bill Thompson, at Shushley Jennings, at Judge Hippler.
Well, he's
those positions they're mutually exclusive from one another.
He is actually torn apart Bill Thompson at every turn.
But he doesn't exhibit any anger towards him. He doesn't blame him. He'll make statements, but he doesn't. There's no conclusory opinion on the matter. He's always, pro-narrative, pro-official narrative, despite being allegedly denied any evidence. Oh, we try to get the facts before writing our victim statements. They wouldn't even give us the facts. These are the statements he's also made.
Love Tina collected a Harry Kane card, and she was drinking Coke. I'm drinking Pepsi right now, Love Tina, so I don't know how that's relevant at all. But no, they do a pretty good job at tearing down the prosecution. Play the rest of this because it's interesting.
Yeah, 100%. The whole community was robbed of, seeing what happens to somebody who comes to our community and murders people while they're sleeping.
The Gonzalez family is speaking out.
Wait, hold on, stop right there, Jay. Were they sleeping?
That's what I'm saying, dude. There's no facts in any of this stuff, dude. It's just all narrative.
I mean, they just want to bring back everything that we know is a feckin' lie, bro. How are you going to go back to saying they were sleeping? And okay, so I saw an interesting thing today, and I'll give Scully credit. He did try to put it on my podcast last night. The Open Mind Perspectives, or one of these folks here, she was talking about how much blood that the human body holds. And so bottom line, from each of these victims, we would have had a total amount of BLOD at the end of 2 gallons. And
another fluids, dude. That's what I'm saying. The crime scene looks like something the Gooch staged.
It's so staged, bro. She's like, look, you can just tell that it's smear marks and drips, and that they were pouring blood. They basically set them at the bottom of the stairs and then carried them up and closed them. And she was implicating Jesse James, saying that he told them to put the bodies, to stage them, and to go ahead and...
What are we talking about here? Jesse James, the gunslinger dude from the Old West?
Yes,
He's
sir.
dead.
Yes. Bang, 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 bang.
Bang, 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 bang.
Saying that he ordered for Kaylee to be extra taken care of because
Extra
Steve
crispy.
G allegedly owed him 700 G's from a human trafficking or some kind of trafficking operation that he never paid.
I feel like there was a meth pipe involved in the production of this theory, but go ahead, sir.
Go ahead and play the rest of this, though.
It's this Jesse James Bailey character. There's no. What's the inference that he's involved in any of this?
She seemed to have some kind of connection, but that was at the end of it. But anyway, the blood thing was very compelling because if you spill a gallon of chocolate milk like she had in her little picture there, it's a lot of liquid, dude, and you just don't have anything that compares to that. As far as liquid in this.
So what you're telling me here is Meowwitch did it.
100% Meowwitch did it, and it was the
And Meow recovered it up. It's a cat conspiracy, sir.
Meow.
Meow.
The release of the #1 rated Netflix documentary, The Idaho
#1
Murders, College Nightmare, and never before seen video of the victims.
Say hi, Maddie. It's just me and Maddie out here by the pool, soaking up the sunshine.
The documentary reveals that in those first few hours after the bodies were discovered, cops were initially suspicious when Kaylee's on-again, off-again boyfriend, Jack DeCour, turned up at the crime scene. He was briefly detained as a person of interest.
That's ridiculous. Now they're literally just making shit up.
I mean, can you fucking believe that? It's like they didn't even watch anything involved with the case, saw that he was in the back of the car, and said he was detained. When they're like, they were trying to, sir, can you just get out of the vehicle, please? Like, literally trying to coax him out of the car.
Yeah, they didn't want him in there at all, dude. They tried to get him out there more than once. Dude, so I agree with you, Scully. I think all of these videos are AI. I think all these interviews we're seeing are AI. That's why they've blurred the faces out of the interview subjects, because they can't make the lips move with the voices yet. That's not that advanced.
Do you have that one video where Dylan's face is over the timestamp?
I'm sure I do, sir. I'm sure I do.
If you want to search
this is
for that
America.
real quick. It's okay. So yeah, the timestamp is literally printed by the camera over the video. So somehow, oh yeah, play this. Do we have a video here? What's going on?
Somehow, some way, dude. You keep coming up with this funky ass shit, dude. Every single day.
You're a poet and you didn't know it.
I don't know where the video is. I have the screenshots.
Perfect. As long as it's not a D-pic.
That ain't it. Well, it's definitely that, dude. It's a James Fry. It's a police chief James Fry dick pic.
Whip it out.
Yeah, it's not just the blur, dude. It's the entire head.
So how does that happen?
How you do that?
Answer me this. I mean, so the only way you could do that is to do them by copy tape to tape, right? That's the only way that I can see. And so
I assume it's something they couldn't perfect in the production of this video, dude. I don't think this video was ever shot in real time.
I mean, there's no way. Look, here's the thing, though. If you're merging two videos, you do a cut. So if you have, say you have two VCRs, one over here, this is video
you got
A.
two VCRs, dude. You bougie, dude.
And then you have video B is VCR 2. Okay. Then you have video C. Video C is the super VHS that records from both VCRs. And so if you're recording from one and you cut to two, it's not going to show the same video, in the master tape. In the master tape, you're only going to see one or the other. So this shows you that it was not only a cut, that they actually literally digitally removed these figures and pasted them onto the other video. That's the only way. That could.
I think it's multi-layered. If that's what you're saying, I think it's multi-layered. Yeah. I think they used a very intricate process in which to compile this. It wasn't out of one video. It's a composite of numerous videos.
What I've heard is that they brought Walt Disney out of cryogenics to actually do this.
For sure, dude. Walt Disney's head. I mean, why'd they bring in Disney and NASA to produce the Bridge Guy videos in the Delphi case, where the folks inside the fucking courtroom, it's a family program, sir. I need you to quit cursing. But folks inside the fucking courtroom said that the Bridge Guy video depicted no such Bridge Guy, the one they showed in court.
And we also have, if you remember, the artifacts where we're walking in and you see Scully's leg is over here and his shorts are over here, and it's just like
that.
And then you have this outline over there on the edge. And I've done a million wedding videos, and I'm talking about in SD.
Dude. I'm gonna need a count on that, sir. I'm gonna need an official census.
I have the tapes, and they're in SD. They're in standard definition. This is a high definition body cam, sir.
Very
so
high
artifacts like this are very, very hard to come by, and something this exclusive. So now you have this little chopped up fella giving the tour of the house, going like this. It's like he's acting in a separate soundstage. It literally is, because nobody's even noticing his peril, and that they just let him go all through the house. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here.
No one's noticing that he's got Corey Feldman eyes.
He does have Corey Feldman eyes, and how dare you, sir? But the why do you have it zoomed in on hers crotch? Why do you have it zoomed in?
You wanted me to, dude. You asked me for the crowd shot, dude.
I did actually ask for this. I'm sorry, Twiz, if you're offended. But yeah, so these are some elements right here that we've noticed stand out extremely. What else we got, Jake?
I'm looking for that video where I compared the fucking. It's a family program, sir. Where I compared the actual footage. I can't find it right now. I got it.
Listen, dude, it's Sunday, so I'm trying not to cuss. And that's where I say motherfucker and
it's not Sunday, dude.
That's what StreamYard said. She said it's a Sunday and I'm not trying to cuss, and then she cussed like a sailor.
Oh, I'm tracking. I thought she was a sailor.
I'm tracking her right. She was. The Popeye the Sailor Man was just a product endorsement, just like this case.
For spinach, dude? Spinach sales were down, huh?
No, we're literally gurgling in the retro flake of this fucking bullshit. And so here's the takeaway. Here's the big grand thing. You have a police department, and it's the wild fucking thing is it's like Master Nature was saying earlier. It's like they got these kids fucking programmed to say nothing ever happens in Moscow. Everybody's super nice. Oh, but we got some guy trying to bash in our front door window with face tattoos, and we had to barricade ourselves in the house.
Totally normal, dude.
Oh, totally. And then, some guy was like trying to chase people down. He's all coked up, but he's a super nice guy. Otherwise, when he's not all coked up and trying to unalive
totally
people,
nice.
It's a Sunday program, Jage.
Totally nice guy, dude. Yeah, I can't find that video, dude. I think you hacked my computer and removed it from there.
No. Are you saying meow?
Your registration?
I'll be right back with you.
Sorry. There's something funny here, boy?
No.
Well, then why are you laughing, Mr. Larry Johnson? All right, meow, where were we?
Sorry, are you saying meow?
Am I saying meow?
I thought...
Don't think, boy. Meow, do you know how fast you were going? Meow, what is so damn funny?
I could have swore you said meow.
Do I look like a cat to you, boy? Am I jumping around all nimbly-bimly from tree to tree?
No.
Am I drinking milk from a saucer? Well, do you see me eating mice? You stop laughing right now.
Yes.
Now, I'm gonna have to give you a ticket on this. But no buts, meow. That's the law. Not so funny meow, is it?
Meow. Meow.
Now,
I gotta take a phone call real quick. I'll be right back with you.
what is this you got on the screen here, though? Don't leave me.
You mean to play this? I'll play it.
Yeah, please, save me.
Private investigator running that thing.
Here to help answer that question. Private investigator Jason Jensen is with us.
You reached the Human Being in Southern. How can I help you?
Hi, we're on a live stream. I was calling to find out if the investigators were going to be searching for the knife in Moscow, Idaho this week. Hello?
But weird, what are the odds of finding another knife sheath?
Oh, dude, he's straight out of Central Casting. Dude, that's from the Gabby Petito case. He's on 2020 doing stuff. He's on Dateline doing stuff.
Oh, this guy? I remember this guy.
This is what we're up against. We're at the side of the road. This is Highway 95. And we're literally going through the tall grass, seeing if there's a knife. And so far we found a knife sheath, which is unrelated, but weird. What are the odds of finding another knife sheath?
Sorry, what did you say you were calling about?
About the college kids there in Moscow, Idaho. And I from what I understood, Mr. Jensen was going to be searching for the knife this week. Is that correct?
And so far we found a knife sheath, which is unrelated, but weird. What are the odds of finding another knife sheath?
Here to help answer that question. Private investigator Jason Jensen is with us.
This is the Human Being in Southern. Did you mean to call us?
I'm sorry, this is the... What? Who am I talking to? I'm sorry?
This is like the Human Being, like the coffee stand in Chubbuck.
Well, given this new revelation, it's entirely possible. And the reason why I say that is
you were listed on his webpage as a contact, and the consultations are free and confidential, and you're a coffee shop.
There's Jason Jensen. We have about 10 seconds left. Thoughts here?
But weird. What are the odds of finding another knife sheath?
All right, so basically, what you have to believe in this case, LJ, is that the police rolled up on a scene, stomped around. I mean, you can literally hear these motherfuckers stomping around through that crime scene. They come across footprints leading directly
Family program.
Sorry, yeah, literally fucking stomping around in the crime scene and come across footprints leading out the back slider that are 13 and a half. They take a real fine picture of them, Jage, leading back to what is Jack DeCore's house and then circling around. So, yeah, you also have crime scene investigators that roll up on a scene, get a story that's just like all Adderalled out from one of the survivors who is basically, you can see her later on in the Karmic Revolution had a nice little take on the scene at the Moscow PD where they were all corralled into the police station. She literally put some type of substance or something in Bethany's sweatshirt. Okay, and that's caught on body camera or on the video camera. But you have them rolling up on the scene. You have one girl. None of them are crying. None of them are upset. They're just whiners that are telling tales that are later to be proven 100% completely false. Their digital data doesn't match anything that they say, but this is just never questioned. And they're felt sorry for. They're put on a pedestal. Even now you have to accept that the victims' families are supporting these people that are literally lying around the crime scene. Okay, and then you have these cops stomping through this crime scene, right, and drinking Pepsi and just spilling shit. And
you tell me you don't like Pepsi? Is this a long-winded way to tell me you don't like Pepsi?
It's not frozen enough. I need it more frozen.
We'll do that. Look at it this way. Again, like we assume that the videos we see are the reality of the situation. Well, then why was Dylan allowed to change clothes that day? Here's Dylan being escorted away from the scene, taken by the university newspaper dude.
Yeah, gone is the 99 t-shirt and the sweatpants. She's got shoes on.
She's got shoes on now.
Well, she's also showered at this point, right? She took a shower.
Got a blanket with her, dude. Yeah, her hair looks done now.
They failed to test any of the drains in the house.
Well, let's focus on what we're looking at here right now, right? How does she go from 11:30? This is allegedly at 1:30 the day of, right? The day of 11:13.
Being escorted like a VIP, and she could literally be
she's being escorted somewhere. I mean, usually if she's being taken into custody, I'm open to that interpretation. But what I'm saying is,
she was ushered to a hotel, dude, like a VIP, bro.
Well, I mean, no, that's what I'm saying, dude. We hear stories, we see videos that are allegedly real time, but then we see these photos that were taken and published at that time, and she's not wearing the same. So by the time we get the body camera later, when you compare this, she ain't wearing the same shit. It's the coordinated and orchestrated release of information throughout this entire case. It's not one instance; it's every instance.
Every fucking instance, and any answer we get causes 1,000 more questions, which should tell you right there that's the definition of a psyop.
Yeah, whenever you get more information, you have more questions than you do, and it produces more questions than answers. Yeah, that's.
And you want to have the undercurrent of pulling a guy named Psyop into the psyop. I mean, it's like, tell me without telling me. You know what I mean?
It's a fucking psyop, dude.
No, I told you tell me without telling me.
No, it's a family program, sir.
I'm sorry, it's Sunday. There's Frankenstein. How do we even know that's Dylan? It honestly, the only thing that looks like Dylan is those long Kermity legs that she has there. And here's another outstanding anomaly is that they were unwilling to go back and speak out for their friends, but they were willing to go back and party in Idaho from Vegas, from Utah, whatever, at the sororities to be celebrated. Because here's the real question though, bro. How do they honestly get the entire town to lie on this level without any kind of slip-ups?
Are you sassing me? Is that what this is about? Are you sassing me?
There's a little snark coming out right now. That's
to what extent are they getting the whole town? I mean,
yeah, there's a limited number of people that are interviewed, right? And it does seem that each and every single one of them has some type of casting role in this, right? Did you mute, JJ? You muted. Yeah, you're muted. You're muted, bro.
Are you muting me, dude?
I did mute you, sorry.
Folks don't want to live in a world where the whole town and police department lies and folks got murdered and no one brought the justice. So locally, they're just going to write that off internally in their brain holes to like, oh, I don't want to live in that world. I'm just going to assume that that's what happened is the official narrative. It disrupts their thinking otherwise disrupts their normal. These are real psychological effects.
I mean, the basis of it is when you look at Stickergate with the way they lied, unabashedly, unashamedly, unapologetically.
There you go.
And then you
transfer.
transfer.
And I don't know what those words mean, sir. I'm just going to pretend like I do until I figure out otherwise.
All right, just act. And so, just like you live in Moscow, and then so you transfer that over. The bottom line is in Stickergate, you had them covering up for other what, JJ?
Stickers.
For Muppets. For
yeah,
Muppets. It's Sunday, sir. And so you have cops covering for themselves, covering for other cops. Now you transfer it over on Sunday. You open the church, and there's all the people right there, Sunday steeple, people, and you have the same thing of the lies. Who are they covering up for, JJ?
The burgers.
Hold on, my alarm's going off. I gotta wake
Your
up now.
burgers are ready, sir.
I think my dream's over. Hold on.
That's the wrong video. It's a family.
Some may
burger.
call it a Bush League tactic.
Not the right one either. Bush, yeah, that's Bush League.
Some may call it a Bush League tactic, but a police department outside New York City is using an unusual technique to catch distracted.
They're dressing up like Bush, dude. Not the band either.
Glycerine, sir. Glycerine Sunday program. Yeah, so when you have the StreamYard of the elements of all of the combined people in the steeple thing,
yeah.
Who are they covering up for? Burgers and Muppets?
Muppet.
What did the Muppets do though? Why are the Muppets?
Cookies! Give me all the fucking cookies!
Give me the fucking cookies.
It's a Sunday show, sir. How dare you?
You asked what the Muppets do, and they apparently they rob the Insomnia cookie place.
I thought that was Crumble. That's not Crumble?
Muppet Burgers. Muppet Burgers.
Muppet Burgers. Frankie Frankenstein, thank you. Somebody's paying attention. That's what's inside. It's Muppet Burgers. Oh,
It's actually, I have to correct you on that, sir. It's actually a hot dog bun flavored Pringle.
Trying Pringles' new Pop Dog Buns. Pringles has released limited edition hot dog buns that come in their classic can. So let's give them a try. Let's start with honey mustard because it's my favorite dipping sauce. And to be on brand, these are all potato buns. It was a little weird at first, not gonna lie, but the mustard flavor does pull through. The honey flavor does kind of give it this weird essence, but the bun itself is super soft. The mustard part is great, the honey part I could go without. Next up is sour cream and onion, and look at all the herbs baked into the potato roll. Why is this one of the best hot dog buns I've ever had? It's so soft, you get...
Dude, they baked the herbs into the roll.
No, I still have your can of sour cream and chippy onion, but they're balls.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Was she a great big fat person?
She was a great big fat person.
All right, let's play that other video, JJ. One I didn't send you yet.
I got it right here.
Yep.
Trying Pringles' new Pop Dog Buns. Pringles has released limited edition hot dog buns that come in their classic can. So let's give them a try. Let's start with honey mustard because it's my favorite dipping sauce. And to be on brand, these are all potato buns. It was a little weird at first, not gonna lie, but the mustard flavor does pull through. The honey flavor does kind of give it this weird essence, but the bun itself is super soft. The mustard part is great, the honey part I could go without. Next up is sour cream and onion, and look at all the herbs baked into the potato roll. Why is this one of the best hot dog buns I've ever had? It's so...
Dude, that guy is my favorite cryptid of all
That
time.
name's
right
after
there.
your job of playing the guitar there, friend.
That's a gitjo. That's not even a guitar or a banjo, actually. All right. Let's see here. I think I have a clip I want to pull to the stage here from earlier today.
Yeah, if you ever hear the dueling banjos when you're walking through the woods of Appalachia, turn and run. It's probably a gnome with a banjo.
Is it a gnome or what are the
They got new
gnomes?
Doritos, dude. Oh man, talk about some type 2 diabetes news. I'm gonna have to try those. I'm gonna have to check them out.
All right, here's a take I wanted to share with you here real quick.
Pickled Pringles? Pickled Pringles in a pan?
Pickled what?
Pickled Pringles in a pan.
Say that 3 times fast. Window. Hold on, I got this. I can do this. I want to do what I want it to do.
You're terrible at producing this show, by the way.
This is not my production. This is your show here.
Is this the Purge? Shouldn't be. What we got here? Fast food news, dude.
Oh, this is the wrong one. Hold on.
Out right.
Is that you took it away, dude?
Wait, what happened?
You took it away, dude.
Hold on. Let me bring it on back, man. Bring it on back. You know, soul really matters to me too much.
I like pickled stuff. Kane likes pickled diabetes.
Can you share that to the stage, sir? Thank you very much.
Biscuits and what is this? Biscuit and gravy? If that's a real thing, Suzanne B, I'm gonna need some of that in my life. Biscuits and gravy potato chips, dude. Grilled hot dog buns. Num 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 num.
And correct me if I'm wrong. You hit.
Really good friends with
Xana. No one's in charge.
Good friends with Ethan. She met him through another fraternity that she was close with, is how she just put it. Knew of Maddie Mogan. Never met Kaylee, is how she put it.
Spent a little bit of time with Xana and Ethan the night or two prior to the incident, correct? Okay. That's right. So we just kind of walk through, I guess, go as far back as you feel is pertinent. And then as you're recalling things, I would say don't, if there's like a small detail that you think is like, oh, that's not important or something like that, or something that, you know, maybe doesn't sit well with you, we're trying to gather as much information as we can. And so anything big or small, any information that you have, we'll take from you. So like I said, go back about as far as you think is pertinent in regard to Saturday or even Friday. And just, like I said, we'll kind of give you like an open narrative form.
Have you had these pickle chips before? No? Oh, my apologies.
So this is
about this, and I don't know why they don't talk about this. This is important.
This is the part.
Envision Idaho was happening that weekend, which is where high school age kids that are looking for a college, that's the weekend that they basically invite them to come to campus with their parents so they can get a feel for what the college campus is like. The football games are going on, and there's an entire lockdown on everything that's supposed to be happening in way of partying. That's why they had the undercover situation going on at the band field, so that they could catch people that were going against the Envision Idaho thing, because they were putting on a facade, they were putting on a show, a veil, for the newbies that were coming in, so that the parents would want to let their kids go there without realizing how much of a party scene and what an issue it actually is there. That's what this was. That's why they said the launch party, they don't know how they even got permission to have it, because it was Envision Idaho. And that matters not just for the fact that there were things happening that technically shouldn't have been happening, and it attributes for it being a quieter night than normal and people going to bed earlier and things like that. But it also means people in town for the football game that was already extra traffic, strangers, okay? Then we had it being Parents Weekend over in Pullman at WSU, so that's a whole nother wave of strangers that are not normally there. Then we have Envision Idaho, which is the weekend again, where people come to see if this is where they want their kid to go to school, which is another wave of strangers and even more traffic. So this was not a normal weekend by far, by any means. There were a lot of things going on this weekend on campus that were not the norm because of it being Envision Idaho.
Any
And
applause?
not a lot of people talk about that. I don't know.
We got breaking news, dude. Breaking news.
What's happening?
Larry the Cable Guy, biscuits and gravy tater chips, friend. Look at that.
That is probably the dirtiest potato chip I've ever seen.
Yeah, but you know good and well you eat at least 2 bags of them. So
I had to clean up too much gravy at Cracker Barrel to ever like biscuits and gravy ever again.
How dare you, sir? That biscuits and gravy is America.
Listen, as long as it's got sausage
You would
in
like
the
to
gravy, then it's fine. So yeah, okay. So here's where I think the whole programming thing comes from. With I went to bed early, I got home at 10 o'clock, and I went to bed because you had all these things going on. You had people from out of town for Envision Idaho. You had a lie that they're trying to sell to these future students, right? And so you had everybody already programmed, ready to say the right thing, right? And so they just carried it out into the narrative of what became the story on this case, where everybody went to bed, nobody knew Kaylee. It's all, it's all just one big lie right from the beginning. What do you think, JJ?
I don't believe any of these interviews are real. They don't show us anyone's faces, do they? The conversations and responses don't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, no, we never. One of them is over the phone, and with this girl, it's like they have no interest in her, so they don't ask her if she's dating anybody. They don't necessarily ask her for her cell phone number, like we had with the Bianca. La Bianca.
They don't ask him any questions of any relevancy to this case.
Right. I mean, they literally ask them, well, "What's your dating status right now?" I mean,
what
that
do you
was
like on your hot dog? Do you like burgers?
Do you like a Pringles bun?
Are you familiar with the not the murder, but these new Pringles hot dog buns?
Trying Pringles' new pop dog buns. Pringles has released.
I'm pretty sure that's how the interviews went. They're like, sit down, come on in. Yeah, we know your friend just got murdered. How do you feel about these hot dog buns?
Trying Pringles' new pop dog buns. Pringles has released limited edition hot dog buns.
They literally had their wieners inside of the fucking Pringles hot dog buns. And like, what do you think of these hot dog buns? Do you want to take a bite? We're the police.
Yeah, we're the police. We're here to help deliver hot dog buns.
Bro, and you have this mini vacuum now. Do we have the Gooch interview somewhere that we can pull up somewhere real quick?
Are you Goochless in Florida right now? Is that the problem?
Florida is a Gooch-free state. We're getting rid of property taxes and Gooches right now.
Some more Gooch in your life, I see.
I could play more guitar.
I think I can speak for myself and the audience here. Let's don't do that.
Yeah. I think we all agree.
You want a different video? You want some fast food news?
I spent $21 at Little Caesars and $42 at Pizza Hut for literally the exact same order. So let's see if they can justify that price difference. From both places, we got a large pepperoni pizza, breadsticks, and buffalo wings. So let's get into it. First up, a Little Caesar slice. The pizza's cheap, but it also tastes cheap. 4.2 out of 10. Now for Pizza Hut, and that is not looking very good. This pizza is super soggy and super greasy. It's disgusting. That's literally like a 3.2 out of 10. Next up, we got Pizza Hut's breadsticks. And to stay on track while doing videos like this, I'm scanning everything with Kalo because it tells you the macros. Their breadsticks just taste so bready to me though. I'll give those a 5.2. All right, now we got some crazy bread. This is literally like chewy bread with no flavor. 3.9 out of 10. All right, now we got Pizza Hut's wing here. Give them a 6. We got Little Caesars, and why are they combined like that?
Dude, all of that looks disgusting. As I'm salivating over myself here. I'm like, can I get some of them wings? I'm drooling on myself here.
I don't understand how he's eating on screen. How does that happen?
I don't know. Here's some other fast food news for you. This guy's he's in Cincinnati area here. He's trying to eat, he's got a sweet mullet. And he's trying to eat as many Chinese buffets until he gets sick from food poisoning.
It's not Detroit. That's the great part about it.
Buffet in Middletown, Ohio. Looking at every Chinese buffet I can until I get food poisoning.
Yep.
Today we're at China King Buffet in Middletown, Ohio. This one's rated 3.1 stars on Yelp. They even got a phone booth over there.
Who the hell has a phone booth?
I ain't seen one of those since the early 1900s. Oh, wow. That's a pretty clean tank right there. This is a huge ass buffet, and I'm looking for some.
Who's huge ass? He owns that buffet?
Oh no, it's not playing for some reason. I'm about to rage quit on it.
You don't play with a huge buffet. Play that other video though, the one I sent you there.
Play that funky music?
No. Hold on, I have another one.
Play that funky music, white boy.
Hold on.
Step 1 is sending me the link.
Oh, apparently, Scully and all his minions have alienated Dago now. I'm not recognized on the Dago program anymore.
What does that mean?
Just sad truth, I guess.
What does that mean?
Muppets.
Does that mean that Dago likes Pringles hot dog buns?
Trying Pringles' new pop dog buns. Pringles has released limited edition hot dog buns that come in their classic can. So let's give them a try. Let's start with honey mustard because it's my favorite dipping sauce. And to be on brand, these are all potato buns. It was a little weird at first, not gonna lie, but the mustard flavor does pull through. The honey flavor does kind of give it this weird essence, but the bun itself is super soft. The mustard part is great, the honey part I could go without. Next up is sour cream and onion, and look at all the herbs baked into the potato roll. Why is this one of the best hot dog buns I've ever had? It's so soft, you get all of those savory herbs. Like, forget a hot dog, this would make an amazing sub sandwich. I'm just saying, Pringles is onto something with this one. And finally, we've got barbecue. They did not hold back. Look at the color of this bun. This bun is screaming barbecue. It's sweet, a little smoky.
Nom 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 nom.
All right, here it is.
But right here, right now, let's start Idaho4. We got some questions. Bethany up on deck. Bethany. Oh, Bethany. Okay, first thing I want to point out here is so everybody understands Reno and Boise are on the same time zone. All right, they, like right now, it's 7:20 a.m. at both locations. So back in November of 2022, on November 13th, if Bethany's calling her parents, if her parents are texting Bethany, they're all working on the same time zone. So I want to show you guys something. Bethany's mom sends 3 like screenshots / like pictures in one text message. We all know how we can do this. Okay. So as you can see here, 1, 2, 3 pictures there. And it is from her mom to her. Now, this is what should interest you guys. If you look at all the information that has to do with, see where it says delivered in this red. Okay, but look at where it says this 11/13/2022, 8:44 and 19 seconds a.m. So what I believe this shows is that this was sent at 8:44 and 19 seconds, but it was not in fact delivered to her phone or read until 9:04 and 36 seconds. And that would be consistent, and I would love to know this, with her phone being off and it being queued up and waiting to then deliver to her phone once it's turned back on. Delivered 9:04, 36 seconds a.m., 9:04, 36 seconds a.m. So what I'm trying to show you guys here is that this saying that it's red, you cannot say that this is red at 8:44 and 19 seconds because it hasn't even been delivered. Okay. So I want everybody to understand that what it looks like to me is, how in the world would this time be here, and what does it represent if in fact something wasn't delivered to her phone until this time and she read it basically at the same time as it was delivered. And red means, so if you have like your phone and you'd want to ask one of your professionals, your experts, to talk about this whole preview button. And what I mean by preview, it's not a button. We all know when we get a text message, at least through iPhones, it'll pop up on your screen notifying you that you even have a text message, and it's called the preview screen. So I went to my settings, and you can go to, so if you have an iPhone, it looks like this, and you're going through your settings, and you can go to notifications, which is right here. And you can click notifications, and then you can click on your messages. And then you can click on how you want your messages to come to you. Do you want notifications? Okay. Do you want alert, delivery, immediate, all this shit? Okay. And how do you want it? Do you want it coming up on your lock screen? Do you want it just in the notification center? What are you trying to disable on your phone? All right.
I'm listening to you, Leia.
You guys know when like you're in your car and you have your CarPlay on, and your like a text message will come across, not the whole text message, but it'll just alert you that like Sarah text message, you know, you have the choice to go in here and start modifying all of that. And for all you cheaters out there, this is what you want to do, is you definitely want to go into your phone and you want to change all these settings so that your shows preview. Never. That means you can't possibly be having my phone and it's going to pop up on the screen who texts me. All right. So
that'll be really interesting to see. Kathy's Indie Zone, thank you for being here. That is not my Venmo, by the way. Hold on, I wasn't done with that video, JH. Hold on, add that back to the stage here. Yeah, when is that expected to get released, Kathy? Thank you for sharing that.
Cheaters out there, you definitely want to get into your notification center. You definitely want to start making some moves. But for this purposes, you can change how your notifications are announced. So if I could hit announce, I have it off, but I could hit this and I can go into like how I would want to be announce notifications. And then once I click that, then it will give me options
it's a family
to how
program,
I want to be notified.
It's on Sunday.
Let's see, all notifications, time sensitive and direct messages. I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want with your phone. Anyways, so why I even brought that up is we're going to go back over here.
All right, hold on. I'm going to pause this. Hold on, Gage. Kathy, would you be so kind as to join us here on the live here? Jage, if you wouldn't mind putting the link, I'd like to hear more of what Kathy has to say. Leia, you're more than welcome to join us. Please don't rage quit. Yes, Scully does has his minions that got me, I guess, ignored over there at Dago's show. I'm sure that what are you doing, JJ? You're tending to the Campfire Girls? He's permanently Campfire Girls. I'm going to let this play. JJ, please put the link for Kathy. Hopefully she'll join us in the chat, on the panel. It'd be nice to have you up here. We haven't had really a chance to talk to you. Thank you for putting that, JJ. Kathy, if you want to join us at any point, let us know. Thank you. Also, Scott Mackay, if you want to jump up here, thank you. Here we go. Continue on.
Now, Bethany, she calls her mom and dad so I just want everybody to see this. 7:30 and 8, and then finally, they talk or whatever. And then basically in 30 minutes will go by when her mom decides, in my opinion, how I would read this is at 8:44 a.m. this was sent and it was waiting. Okay, but the iPhone is registering that this was sent to her phone, because how do you have the 8:44 timestamp that comes before 9 o'clock? Okay, and what it should look like is, if you go to this, I'll highlight it.
Howdy, ma'am. Welcome to the Purge.
All right. We got Miss Kathy Zone in here. Welcome, my dear. How are you today?
Hey, I'm fine. Thank you for the invite, Kane. Hi, JJ Vance. How are you?
Excellent, ma'am. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. I've been doing a lot of research. During every free moment that I have into this Kohberger post-conviction relief action. But I definitely have to take a break tomorrow because we have this very important, in my opinion, EWU Media lawsuit. This has to do, for your listeners that haven't been following the EWU Media case, with EWU's multiple requests, public records requests that they filed. They started filing at June 30th, the date that we started to get wind of a Kohberger guilty plea last year, and they did for the next several months. And what they got is what a lot of people have said. They got overly redacted items. They got, video that you can't understand what people are saying because the voice or the face is redacted, and the documents are heavily. And then other things, what they really want, what they asked for from the beginning, number one, is the Kohberger interrogation video in Pennsylvania, which no one has ever seen. We saw Detective Brett Payne of the Moscow Police Department, who's the author of the PCA, fly out with Detective Darren Gilbertson to Pennsylvania from Idaho for the specific purpose of interviewing Mr. Kohberger. And he was brought in, Kane and Vance, very soon after he was arrested. It was at 2 a.m. that he's brought into a Pennsylvania state barracks, and he meets with the two detectives from Idaho. And we do have Detective Payne's report that he put out. And he says the first thing that Kohberger said to him was, "Wow, you look familiar to me." And that caught me because we never saw Detective Payne during any of the, let's say, public, the public relations pieces, and the never gave an interview. He was always like behind the scenes. So why would he know him? And then secondly, he began to discuss the fact that as a graduate student at WSU in Pullman there, that he did some work for 2 law enforcement agencies. And so that definitely caught my attention. And, usually, Vance and Kane, if you followed any other cases, I've been into true crime for decades. one of the first things that law enforcement will do they will release the interrogation video because they want to show off. You know, they got look at this guy. He thought he was going to get away. He wound up, I'm looking at Payne with Shermuff. He wound up pleading guilty. You know, they want to boast, they want to show, but I mean, we've never seen it. We have, and Darren Gilbertson also audio recorded it. So why isn't ISP releasing that? That's item number 1 on the EWU media request. And then there's all these other documents. And
hold on, turn it off, JJ, turn it off. Kathy, thank you. God, thank you so much for joining us today. What an honor to have you with us. Thank you for all your hard work. I too have been following true crime for quite a while, but in the mainstream media. And now looking back on all of it, I realized the people that I was listening to, the things that I was hearing, I was just duped all this time. Right.
Well, you know what? We all did. I remember, you know, my mom, who I lost earlier this year, that I love dearly.
So sorry.
You know, thank you. I mean, it's a terrible loss, but she gave me a lot of good lessons. You know, we used to watch Nancy Grace back in the day, and I would say, "Oh my God, look at this, Mom." You know, and she said, "Kathy, is anybody ever not guilty with her? Everyone that she reports on is guilty."
Yes.
That can't be possible. You know, you got to open your eyes and your ears and look at what the facts are. So she sort of, and then, you know, and then she said, and by the way, who got Nancy Grace into her, you know, her second career from being a prosecutor to now reporting was her very good friend, Johnny Cochran. She loved Johnny Cochran. He got
This
her
is a family show,
Who
Kathy?
did Johnny Cochran
It's
represent?
on a Sunday.
Right? Johnny Cochran represented O.J. Simpson.
Oh,
You
boy.
don't hear her speaking bad about him, but she speaks bad about other defense attorneys. It just didn't seem fair. And so I'm with you, Kane. I think we all have. We all believe the mainstream media, but this case just seems to have a different bite to it. I've just, number one, never seen a case sealed like this case on top of a gag order with all, I used to call it, you know, when I started my podcast almost, you know, 3.5 years ago with the Kohberger case, I didn't do true crime, but I wanted to do true crime, and I said I'm going to look at 3 cases. And you know, when I reported on, I said, look, I got to make a decision here. I'm either going to report on Kohberger or I'm not going to report on Kohberger because it needs a lot of attention.
It requires 100% of your life, Kathy.
Oh my God, Kane!
It sucks us all in so deep. And you know, Jules put it best the other day. She was talking to somebody. She was talking to Diggs. And she's like, you know, I keep trying to do other cases, but this one just keeps sucking me back in. And it encompasses you 100%. It's like we were just talking about earlier, how you have, any time we get an answer, you automatically have 3 more questions. And it's infuriating.
Absolutely. You know, when Kohberger came out with his, I call it his manifesto, you know, I mean, it's one thing that he filed for PCR. We were expecting he was going to do that ever since this big Hunter case that we've been reporting on. And I know that a lot of the other content creators have too. Some others became, but ever since that Hunter case got filed, coincidentally, at about the time he was getting ready to go into Judge Hippler's courtroom for that all-day motions in limine hearing that I know Twiz, who's in the audience, was there for that. Right. You know, you got this guy in Texas who's filing this action in the Supreme Court that would result in a miscarriage of justice standard, where to uphold a plea agreement with a waiver of appellate rights like Kohberger had would shed like distrust on and so I said it's almost like karma. But going back to your question, Kane, the way I've described it, you ever hear that song, you know, Hotel California by the Eagles, right?
Warm spell Kalitas rising up through the air.
It's yes, that too, but it's the part that got me is you can
check out anytime you want, but you can never leave.
It's like this case. You can check out. I've done that myself. You can check out, but it will pull you back in. And I think it's because it's very different than any. You can name them all. You can name O.J. Simpson, the Menendez brothers, Pamela Smart, the teacher up in, you know, who's now trying to look for post-conviction relief, who had her 15-year-old student, you know, unalive her husband. Any cases down through the years, I would even say today's cases, this one got all of them beat, just in terms of ambiguity, the public being shut out. This guy pled guilty a year ago. Why isn't the case opened? Nobody can answer that question to me. And I've asked everybody and I have got people who've been following me through the years. A lot of them feel that Kohberger's guilty, but then the first follower that I ever had out of Japan for my podcast calls him Sensei Kohberger, Teacher Kohberger, like teacher, and said, what's going on in this case? Why? I said, you're asking me? I don't know. And it's a year, Kane, it's a year later. Nobody else has ever been arrested. No alternative perpetrator before the fact, accessory after, co-conspirator. It's Kohberger and Kohberger alone in a matter of minutes who committed these crimes. Why was Hitler refusing to unseal the case? Why did it take from December 18th to just recently for him to unseal most of the documents that he said he was going to unseal December 18th, including the expert reports of Turvey, of Cy of the autopsy reports? This case has got an unusual sting to it. And I'm just feeling that usually when the government tries to keep this much information for this long away from the public, it's not for a good reason. So I'm still trying to figure that out. But when I saw that he filed for post-conviction relief, I was glad that he did, because I think this case needs a trial. We need a trial desperately in this case to see if the government did or did not have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt at the time that they charged him. That is the legal standard in this country. And we should get down on our hands and knees and kiss the ground that it is, because content creators who have shouted at Kohberger, you're guilty, and Mr. Allen over in the Delphi case, one in particular right now is going to go on trial soon for a battery in Florida, domestic, a misdemeanor. He's
Really?
not saying he's guilty because, the government thinks he is. He wants his due process rights, as it should be. And I think he was deprived of it. And like he said, every time something is being unsealed, it adds more confusion. And my position is I know less today than I did when I started reporting.
Doesn't it
on this
feel
case.
that way? And I don't know if you caught us talking earlier, but basically we're calling it a psyop, but it's like an infomercial in many ways. Okay, first of all, you have the laws, the case laws, as Steve is referring to them as. But you also have the product, which is like Cellbrite and not 23andMe, but was it the also with the IgG Othram Labs, and then the other one they're being propelled forward, taking credit in this case for things that they didn't do.
I agree. Othram Labs, they never had the sheath. They had a profile of the sheath that Detective Blacker took to Houston, and then all of a sudden the feds stop them in the middle of their analysis and they take over. Right. And within 10 days, Kohberger's name comes up. We had Leah Larkin, who testified, a very credentialed, highly credentialed expert, said that's highly unusual to be that fast. I'm glad you brought up IgG. My position is I don't know why they didn't move as any other defense attorney would and try to get that sheath thrown out. I've got a playlist which I've called 3 Days in Moscow. And when you look at what happened with that sheath over 3 days, it didn't go to ISP Labs immediately.
It got put in a backpack, first of all.
It was put in a backpack.
What kind of fucking transportation?
Has anyone ever seen the sheath? I haven't seen a report from a defense expert that has had their hands on the sheath.
What we've seen, we have some photographs of the sheath when ISP dropped them. I think it was last October. We got pictures of it in the lab. We got photographs of it that ISP took. But like whatever your position is on Christopher Wickham, he made an extremely important, valid point, I thought. They took a photograph of the sheath on the bed after the students had been removed and all of the blankets and everything, and the sheath's where it's at. It's like, didn't the sheath fall on the ground? How did it get back? How did it jump up back onto the bed? We have never seen a picture of the sheath as it was at the most critical time, which is when Detective Talbot, the head of ISP, turned that sheath over to Detective Brett Payne at approximately 12:10 a.m. on Monday the 14th. That's when I want to see a photo of the sheath and when NPD had possession of it. Why wouldn't NPD immediately? You had all those guys, all those people standing outside of 1122 on the 13th. Get the sheath down to Othram, down to ISP Lab immediately. You know, you got 4 victims you think were unalived through, knifings, and you got a sheath here. What about that old saying that if you don't have a suspect within 48 hours, that the trail begins to get cold? Now, they were already behind the scenes by the time ISP supposedly took photos, they're already almost like 10 hours behind at that point. Why is your sheath going to Moscow? MPD. With the MPD evidence tech, normal person is out on vacation that week. They had to keep calling ISP for help on what to do with the sheath. It just was so many questions. And like you said, it's thrown in a backpack. Kane, this was the most sensitive and important and the central piece of it. I don't care what anybody says. Without that sheath, there's not going to be any arrest of Kohberger. That's it. And you get that sheath thrown out, you got no case. Why didn't they move for the sheath? And then they went through 2.5 years of fighting back and forth over IGG. And then the defense says, oh, our bad. Sorry, Judge Hippler. We're in limine in early 2025 months. We're not even going to mention IGG. So now the two do what I've called the infamous Judge Hippler homework project, where they got to get together and figure out what they're going to tell the jury about how they even found Kohberger. And they actually developed a proposed jury instruction that says, oh, ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Detective Brett Payne testify that Mr. Kohberger's name came up on the radar on December 19th. Don't be worried about anything else. Don't look behind the door. That's all you got. I had people who've been on juries who have said that would be the first thing I'd want to know if I was told not to. The public is a lot more intelligent than I think that some of these people give them credit for. But that's what they were going to tell the jury, Kane and Vance. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine any of these court proceedings. I had called the sentencing hearing, or the plea agreement hearing, the roast, or I guess the sentencing for the plea agreement, the roast of Brian Kohberger. I'm a retired military police sergeant, master sergeant, and
I didn't know that.
I've seen court proceedings,
sir.
Thank
much
you much,
respect.
ma'am.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did 21 years. I've seen court proceedings on various sides of the law, and that was not a court proceeding. Letting laughter inside the court and
cursing.
I've never seen anything like that.
Attacking him, cursing. His mother and his sister are sitting right there. He's got an Italian mother. Do you know what? I mean, no matter what your son does, Italian mother from Brooklyn, your son is everything. Like you love your daughters as much. But I mean, she's sitting right there. They're cursing at him. They're calling him a child. What is this? You're right, JJ Vance. That was critical. And Hippler didn't say a word. He's sitting there crying. It's like, hey, dude, if you've lost control of your courtroom, take a break. No, he's sitting there sniffling and crying. I think that's a critical piece right there. And that might go into, miscarriage of justice, how he was treated at sentencing, the roast. Yeah, it's a great way of putting it.
Yeah, when they say you got a bunch of A's in school, but you're going to get a bunch of D's in prison, like that's a roast joke. That's not a statement in a court proceeding.
I blame Hippler on that one. That's on him 100%. He should have put a stop to that.
Double J, share that thumbnail that I have up there real quick for Kathy to see. If you see on this thumbnail, I never use this thumbnail, but you see it says you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Kathy, it is all about sacrifice for everyone in this case. We've all given up things in our lives to be here today. Between Rui McNeely and Leah Story, the girl was living in her car to keep following this case. Whatever led her there, she stayed with this case. You got Scully McSkullberger. He's out there doing everything he can to draw attention to this case. And Lucy laughs at me because I'm not really good at repeating facts. my heart's in the right place, and I follow the story, and I know what's going on. But
right, and you know what?
When you talk about as much as let me finish this thought real quick, or I'll forget. When you talk about things that are alarming about this case, and as much as I support Ann Taylor and the efforts that she made, it's astounding to me that there wasn't enough attention drawn and enough of. I know she did mention it, but that the crime scene itself was so contaminated that anything held within it never should have been allowed in any decent courtroom in the world.
You know, first and foremost, Kane, if I could interject, you would be an exact person who'd be sitting on the jury, you know, determining whether someone gets the due process clause says the government wants to take away your property, your liberty, or your life. Your life, it doesn't get worse than that. It doesn't get more serious than that. You could have easily been on that jury. A lot of the people that you mentioned could have been. They don't have judges. They don't have, law. It's regular, everyday people, common sense people who recognize that we got to take a stand right here and now. You know what? Because this is about all of our rights. And if any of us think for 1 second that this couldn't happen to them, to their children, grandchildren, loved one, that a person could be innocently accused of a crime and with an abdication of due process. I'm sorry. You know, I totally forgotten what J.J. Vance was just talked about that roast of him. But I mean, it was from the beginning until the end. It was like this was a 3-ring circus, what was going on, and the mass media. And then Judge Hippler to have the temerity to attack the independent content creators. The independent content creators look more like what journalism looked like when this country was founded. You know, we had a bunch of ragamuffins who went up against the biggest country in the world, the most, decorated military, the most sophisticated. I'm talking about the 13 original. They said, listen, if we can't have our liberty, then give us death. I mean, that was basically it. They had no shoes. They had no medicine. They didn't have uniforms. They beat the daylights out of them. And then, when the people, the framers in Philadelphia wanted them to sign away their rights again, they're like, no way, man. We just went through this fight for our lives. We lost loved ones. We are not going to give, so much rights up to the central government. And that's what got us the Bill of Rights with the First Amendment at the top. And I cannot believe what happened to our First Amendment in this case. I'm astounded that, we're supposed to be the watchdogs of what's going on in the courts, because judges have a lot of power, prosecutors have a lot of power. I would even say defense attorneys do by the same token. And with us not being able to figure out what happened in this case, we couldn't do our jobs. And we still can't because the case is still so much under seal. I'll get off my soapbox now.
JJ, did you want to say something?
No, it's well stated, ma'am. This has definitely been a circus from the moment one. And as far as procedures go, I mean, I don't know. I've yet to see another case that the feds hide the evidence utilized to incriminate the suspect, the individual charged, and they hide behind not giving that evidence to the state. Because Bill Thompson even says in the May of 2025 hearing that he can't give over any of that discovery. That's all in the feds' possession. Well, and they've been playing these games as well within the FOIA request for some of that information.
That's J.J. Vance. You bring up such a crucial point, and it's actually at the heart of what EWU is saying. They're like, it's like almost like the Moscow Police Department outsourced their responsibility. MPD had jurisdiction over these crimes because 1122 King Road happened within city limits of Moscow. So it would be like a corporation, maybe, I don't know if you manufacture widgets or whatever. You don't have enough factory personnel, so you outsource some of your labor to come in. You're still responsible if somebody chokes or is harmed, even if it's an outsourced person coming in. So they outsourced a lot of their investigation. And what EWU is saying, hey, man, you MPD, you relied on what Latah County, what the Pennsylvania State Police, what the feds did, what ISP did. Don't come around and tell us now oh, we got to go to them to try to get this stuff. No, you relied on it and you had it and you charged him and you prosecuted him based on what these other agencies did. That's exactly what they're saying, JJ Vance, which makes this hearing either later today or wherever, if it's tomorrow, wherever you are in the world, I think really critically important. Now, what I'm wondering, is she going to stay this case because Kohberger is looking for a new trial? Because supposedly the reason to hide so much of the evidence was to ensure that he receive a fair trial and not to poison a jury pool. A jury pool that was poisoned time and time again, by, hey, did you see the Dateline episode? Did you ever hear them say one time, Mr. Kohberger, like any other American, is considered not guilty until or unless he's proven guilty in a court of law upon beyond a reasonable doubt or he pleads guilty? I didn't hear them say that one time. It's all he's guilty, he's guilty, he's the guy, he's the guy, he's the guy. So I wouldn't put it past them, Kane. I wouldn't put it past Judge Marshall to say, oh, well, Mr. Kohberger is now moving for post-conviction relief. We need to stay this proceeding. So this is all developing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's developing like the tits on a 12-year-old girl. It's not
easy, sir. This is a family program.
You know what I'm saying? It's barely a nip slip from Olivia at this point. We're slowly trickling out what interviews they wanted to withhold from us. Am I right or wrong? So
they're well timed. All these cocaine discussions now are cotton candy discussions now.
Where were all these discussions, 4 years ago?
Right.
Here's, I want to, one of you guys had brought up a point that I am very, very concerned about, and it is the contamination of the crime scene. Even before they needed to get the warrant, so you see Nunez running, going away, going back to the MPD to write the warrant. It's actually sitting on one of the steps from the ISP photos. You can see the warrant sitting there, and if you can see that they needed that warrant to be able to go into this private home and take stuff out. So ISP didn't start processing that crime scene until 5:30, and people say, "Well, who found the sheet?" And you know what I say after? I said, "I don't know." You got this. That's why I said, who got the timeline right? Is it Detective Kane or is it the ISP? Because one says, Blacker says that ISP found the sheet. Dallinger says that Payne found the sheet. Payne says that the sheet was found to the right of Maddie. The other one says, ISP says that it was on her left side. It's like, but then going back to the contamination of the crime scene, they entered that crime scene. You see Nunez walking up. You got 4 people unalive with a knife. You see a guy standing in the doorway with a knife, and immediately, oh, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Any other law enforcement in the world would have had him on the ground. And I mean, 100%. Not showing shade at anybody, but hey, you walk up to a mass pew and a guy's got a firearm, and you're not going to immediately cuff him and take him downtown?
JJ, Kathy, real quick, we're trying to fight this echo thing we got going on. If you click on settings, there's an echo cancellation. If you could try that, and maybe if you or JJ has a YouTube window open, maybe close those for us.
Kathy, you can ignore him. This is his problem. He's been doing it all night.
It is my problem. But also, JJ, if you could put a link for Sarge, he's in the chat. I would like to hear his take on this tonight and have him join us.
I'll do that as soon as I'm done with this burger. This message from the fine folks at Burger.
Kane, there's just one more point that I wanted to make before you make room for other people. And if somehow I don't know how to fix, but I want to make one point. That they walked in and out of that crime scene so much. I've said, hey, Corbin Smith walking in and out of the back. You're retained to watch the back door. Stay outside and make sure no one goes in. He's in that. I'm like, hey, why not bring in my husband's easy chair with his widescreen TV and remote, just sitting there. Let's start watching, Sunday football. He's in and out. He's having meetings. They're touching this. I want to know how much of ISP processing was of MPD's DNA that they dropped or took from the crime scene. It's very, very, very disconcerting.
Well, okay, so that's another point I wanted to make. Hey, Sarge, how you doing today? Nice to see
Sarge.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can hear you now.
Good evening.
The $8 microphone is shit.
But I don't know why she also didn't attack that. the fact that you had all of these people in and out, and like Turvey said, they had 8 hours unfettered access to that crime scene. You know, I don't know why she didn't file in limine. I thought I thought she was good, and then like I'm looking back and I'm saying, she ain't that good. You know, and then if this is true that she withheld exculpation, I want to know how for 2.5+ years she alleged that she didn't have enough discovery, or the discovery that was submitted from the state was in such, you know, it was just like finding a needle in a haystack, all of these, you know, terabytes of information. She supposedly had a discovery dump right before from the state, right before change of plea. And then all of a sudden, Hitler says to her, did he have all the discovery he needed? And she tells him yes. People think, oh, that's just some type of a strategy, a chess game or something. No, it's not. As a lawyer, you can't lie to a judge like that, no matter for what, nothing. So that might fall behind, you know, in the standard of did she or did she not ineffectively represent him? You don't lie to the judge under any circumstances. That is a rule of procedure in every state in the union, including Idaho. So I want to see how Hitler deals with that, if it does.
Well, I'm still confused how Ann Taylor even got assigned to the case. So she's assigned hours after Koberger's arrested. The state's literally got a team ready to tear down the house from the inside out while she's being assigned as the public defender. But Idaho law requires that a defendant state his indigency in the hearing. So he's got to establish he doesn't have the money.
She also filed for to seal the case right off the bat. She's the one that started that nonsense.
She did, Sergeant Friday. I'm glad you brought that up. She's the one who came up with that non-dissemination order. Goes to Thompson, day 4. They go to Marshall, convince them to. That's why we never had any interviews. That's like any other case would. You couldn't have information out because the two of them went to Marshall, and she wanted cameras out of the courtroom, point blank. If it were up to her, we wouldn't even see the hearing.
Or if she would have done the preliminary hearing, this case would have died on its own sword. There was no evidence to support his involvement in that crime other than what they claimed to be transfer DNA, and that wouldn't have been enough.
You're right, Sergeant Friday. I mean, you know, people say that she waived speedy trial. She also waived speedy preliminary hearing. And when people hear that he was indicted by operation of the secret grand jury, they don't understand how that works. Defense counsel's not permitted to be in there. That is why people say that a prosecutor could indict a ham sandwich. You have no defense counsel in there. The witnesses can't even bring in their attorneys. If you don't show up, they'll throw contempt of court at you. It's what Thompson wanted that grand jury to see. That's what got the indictment. And it was basically on the eve of the preliminary hearing. We're supposed to have a preliminary hearing for a week in June.
Within 21 days, it was supposed to take place. Wait, let's go back. She allowed them to postpone it. That's a big error on her part.
It really was.
Right to the preliminary hearing immediately is outlined by the state's rules. And then your 8 trillion terabytes. Yeah, now you sort it out and show me what you're going to use against my guy. She was ineffective in a few areas that were very important, and she didn't file motions to keep evidence out that should have been, that we only found out later through a book. Nobody knew that sheath was handled that way, that the state lab wouldn't even accept it because there was no chain of custody attached to it. That eliminates it as an evidence piece right away. There goes your DNA.
Now, you know, Sarge, I got to ask you this question because he was arrested in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, correct? Yeah. They had just, it was a brand new governor who went, and he was a lieutenant governor, and then he became governor, very much anti-DP. He put a moratorium immediately on the DP. He said he is not signing any warrant, any DP. No, he's not going to do it because too many people there's too many problems with the system. Too many people have gone on DP road, then they're exonerated later. Why is he rushing back to Pennsylvania? Why not say to him, dude, just sit tight. Got your family right there. Let's see if we can negotiate getting this DP off the table like everybody else does. He didn't escape there, but when people escape, they run to Canada or they go in other countries. Those countries will not return them until there's some agreement. Okay, all right, sit tight. Let's fight this. And because you know what? We got the DP here and they're not, and you are a fish in a lake where you have no friends out here. You don't know anybody. No, we got to rush him to get him back to Penn.
But on the flip side of that, Kathy, he acted and has always acted like an innocent man. There's not a single thing. If you're going to do a behavioral run on him like that jerk off Cy Ray does, talks about his behavior, right? What about his behavior after the crime? What about him sticking around? What about him continuing to work? What about him not avoiding the public? What about the doctor appointment? What about everything this kid did? Waited for his dad, kept his vacation plans. Everything this kid did right from the beginning when he was like, no, my phone will exonerate. Maybe he didn't say that, but no, I'm going to be exonerated. And he went back to face the music because he acts and actually appears in all the ways that you would expect someone innocent to act. Brian Kohlberger fits that perfectly.
Well, and then why is it that the public, he said at the beginning he wanted to be exonerated. He acted like an innocent person. If it were me, I'd have kept my behind in Pennsylvania. I'm telling you that right now. But okay, he leaves. He goes back on that little bitty plane where they're having to stop every 5 miles because it's so tiny. He gets down. They have to put a helmet on his head. He said from the beginning he was innocent. He's saying now he's innocent. Nobody believes him in MSN. They believe.
Well, that's because nobody allowed them to leak the defense. Nobody could counter what the state was saying because of the gag order that she did to herself.
Yeah.
She shouldn't have asked for the stuff to be sealed.
You know, and it's not even and then on top of what I call Mount Everest of documents under seal, then you got the gag order, but then you had all the hearings behind closed doors. Some of them weren't even noticed. The G family hit the roof. Remember when Xana's mother, all of that brouhaha at the very beginning of the case, she said that Taylor's, she was the head, the chief public defender for Kootenai County, where Xana's mother had gotten into trouble and was being represented by Kootenai County. And people will, whoa, wait a second here. That's a conflict of interest, isn't it? They had a behind closed doors hearing with the following people present: Jennings, Marshall, Taylor, and Koberger. The public had no notice that this hearing had even been scheduled. The G family found out about it. They hit the roof. And they were the first ones to try to get that gag order set aside. There were so many hearings that were behind closed doors. I would have loved to have seen the alternative perpetrator. You know, I want to see that hearing. Why was that hearing sealed?
I think she laid in the Kohlberger because she feared what she was going to be able to do at trial wasn't going to be enough.
I know, but I mean, you know, with the alternative perpetrator, I want to see the motion that they filed relative to alternative perpetrator. Remember when Massoff said this case is filled with alternative perpetrator. I'll give you one. I'll give you Exhibit A right now that should have gotten alternative perpetrator, that the ISP named JD as a suspect 1. Koberger was 2.
Right.
And that was in December. And you're going to say, hey, Judge Hippler, what do I know? This is the ISP who came in here. They processed the crime scene. They processed the sheet. They did all of these interviews. They're saying that he's suspect number 1, not me. And you wouldn't get an alternative. I wonder if they even raised that, Kane and Vance and Sergeant. We won't know because it's
I mean, they were according to their documents, they were still considering Jack D a suspect in June of 2025.
Thank you for raising that point. You are absolutely correct. You know, so I'm hoping to see when Hitler finally gets around to December of 2024. I want to see if his name's in there.
Kane,
that doesn't make any sense. That Koberger's literally doing his plea agreement at the same time the ISP is investigating Jack D.
I know. I mean, it's Friday before, and then take a look, everyone. Please take a look at constitutional. He signed away all of his constitutional rights, you know, and like he's got things scribbled out, you know, written in. He crossed. It looks like he was totally confused, and then he goes into. Hitler's looking at that. You think Hitler would have said to him, you know, let's have him evaluated by a psychologist. He screwed up here. I'm going to tell you that right now, in my opinion. He should have had a psychologist look at him. The guy was just diagnosed with autism. You know, is he confused? Is he, you know, just not really understanding what this means? Hitler did not. It was like, where's the fire? They had to get him sentenced like in a couple of weeks. Yeah, maybe his attorney signed off on that, but last I checked, They're not a psychologist or a psychologist. How do they know that he had the mental capacity to know what he was doing on that day? And that goes to possible
that's the
coercion, or
irony
that
of
it
the whole
wasn't
damn
a
thing,
free
Kathy,
and willful plea.
is that they've been able to use his traits of his, spectrum 1 autism against him. Even today, Steve G in that interview went so far as to say, oh, he had these black eyes staring back at me, and how dare he look at me without shame, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, and then he even went so far as to say that the victim, who kills victims while they're sleeping. Now, going back to what you're talking about, and I'm sorry about the echo on my end, guys. I've done everything I can here. But can you hear me okay, though?
I can hear you fine, JJ. Please, continue. I want to hear what you have to say here.
I'm Kane, but thank you for the compliment.
Oh, Kane, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. We're looking at JJ over here. I love the Muppet. The Muppet just gets me.
We love
Kane.
Muppets here.
We live in a Muppet
Sorry.
world, man.
It is but actually, people don't realize the origins of a grand jury. A grand jury was originally brought in the Wild West to give people it was originated by the defense side, because people were just getting strung up left and right, and so the grand jury was brought in to give people a slight chance on being able to have a fair trial, right?
Actually, earlier than that, Kane. It was brought in because what was happening in England was the royalty would accuse a duke or somebody of wealth of misdeeds, destroy their reputation, then confiscate everything they owned.
Right.
And so they weren't in American law, because it is based on English law. We made changes, and one of the big changes was exactly to prevent that from happening, which is exactly what keeps happening. Right now, it's a secret grand jury. They're supposed to reach a level. Their indictment level is that based on what was presented, it's likely a jury would convict. That's what a grand jury is. That's the level they have to reach. And I don't see how you could have reached that in this case without telling stories like they've told us for 4 years, right?
Before I
These
forget,
stories
can
are
I just interject, because I want to see Frankie Frankenstein has made a really good point here. He's saying disability groups would have a field day. Do you guys, has anybody read the WSU complaint? The complaint that Gonzalez et al. Filed in Washington State, the federal case that's going on right now. Why the heck that case is in state, I don't know, with what's going on. But they actually put in there that people with autism are more likely to stalk. Okay? I've got family members very close to me who have autism.
I did hear that, yeah.
Okay. Way to go to now, start this fault. There's absolutely no scientific research that I know of that backs that up, and they didn't back it up. But way to go to put more difficulty on a discrete and insular minority group who have to go through so much. They are typically who's hazed and who's bullied, not the other way around. But now people with autism stalk, okay, and they become mass unalivers. It's terrible.
No, they label people. I was accused of potentially being a molester because I was molested as a kid in a divorce court. That was an argument used against me, and it was laughed out of court. I mean, show evidence. Don't just because the kid was a molester, don't make him a molester. That's just a ridiculous argument. But they do try to do that shit to people.
Oh, it's just they're vicious. When it comes to people are vicious. What they'll do, what they'll say to win, and it goes back with this case. I was listening to
Kane the other night attacking me. I didn't have any problem with that, but he just seemed vicious. Why would he?
It was vicious. That was incorrigible.
Why would you, Kane? I don't get it.
Kane, I would like to direct your attention at this time to the fact that we are just now learning within the past few weeks that Kaylee may have been involved with, and I'll call it Coca-Cola because we're a family here, family presentation.
We're on a fascist controlled show controlled by YouTube.
Hey, I don't want Kane to get demonetized if he's mine. All right, so I'll call it Coca-Cola. Also,
I'll cover the $4 he's making tonight.
Frankie is a girl, by the way. I just wanted to mention that.
I said I'll cover his $4 tonight, Kat. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, Kane's doing great. Anyways, we're now learning just now. Why is it that we're just learning right now of this scary rug dealer and that they were possibly involved in Coca-Cola. Why didn't we know that
the
3 years ago?
breadcrumbs have
Kane?
slowly led to this moment, right? And it's because we're so deeply up to our noses in it, as somebody said in Vegas show the other day, that guy, that we're not going to notice these things. We're not going to point them out as important because we have so many other avenues to pursue, right?
I immediately noticed it. I'll tell you, I noticed about a year ago what my series called Canine Gate. This is the fact that Officer Snyder got a promotion within the prior year. What they did, the MPD went to the Moscow City Council and said, we need a canine unit. Why? Is it like you get some of the, I love these canines. I could watch them all day and night, jumping out of airplane and everything else. But we need it to deal with our growing rug problem here in Moscow. So they put aside whatever it was, a couple $100,000. They get this expensive dog. Snyder and the dog go to training in the spring of 2022. Snyder is provided with a canine car to transport. This is his partner. To go around without your partner is like, I've been told, a cop going to a crime scene without his firearm. He and we just found out through some public records that were just unsealed through the Outcast that he got a hold, because I've been saying them, I'm saying, Outcast, I got a problem here with this dog not being at that crime scene. After Snyder, the canine cop's taken a photograph up close of Xana with the plastic bag. How does he know what's in that? How does he know what it is? And the dog, I said, why didn't he immediately bring the dog in to see if this was somehow rug related, right? So he gets the documentation. We knew that there was a call at like 11:15 and 11:30 over at the Walgreens on Main Street, which is very close to 1122. The cops who were there was Smith and Snyder, and they had the dog go through the car. All of a sudden, they get the call for 1122. So Snyder leaves his dog, jumps into another car, doesn't have a body cam on him, rushes over to 1122. He is the one who took the photographs up close. Why isn't he getting that canine? And then we hear Birdie saying, when you see Lanier and Snyder speaking at the corner of King and Queen, they're whispering. He either said one of the victims is Sigma Chi or one of the victims is a CI. If it was a CI and it was a rug CI, my position is Snyder would have known about that. So now we're learning 3 years later, of a possible situation concerning rugs. I mean, my head's spinning.
CI all along, right? It's just grown and grown and kind of snowballed into what looks like maybe some actual documentation at this point, right? When you say, Sarge?
Excuse me?
That as far as the CI thing goes, we definitely it's not brand new. Right?
No, there's all kinds of theories out there about what, who, what, where, why, when, and how, and it's a struggle. I think, I mean, like what's happening now is the process. That's the only thing that can be moved forward is the process. And we'll see if it moves forward for him. If not, he's going to have to appeal to a different court. I highly suspect that Idaho is incapable of giving this guy a fair shake. And so you're just going to have to see. We might all be surprised. But I think there's many issues with her work and issues of rulings that may have been different had her work been a little bit more proficient. So let's not always just throw it at the judge. He may have ruled against her arguments because her arguments weren't sound and backed by law. Maybe she didn't do them effectively.
I'm telling you, Sarge, I can't agree with you more. Now, there were a couple of rulings that I've had a big problem with my own personal opinion. That alternate suspect, when he turned around and said that the perpetrator or perpetrators drove to the crime scene, they couldn't have walked. He made a jury question. That wasn't up to Judge Hippler. It was a disputed material fact. The defense said SV1 was not Kohberger. State said it was Kohberger who drove there. Judge Hippler had no business in saying that the perpetrator drove there, but he made some good rulings that the defense just fell short. Like that alternative the alibi defense was absolutely ridiculous. It was absurd.
Well, some of these closed door arguments, we don't know how she argued somebody's at these closed door hearings.
No, that's true, but I agree. He's not going to get a fair shake given all the available data. He's not going to get a fair shake in any court in Idaho.
You might find this lawyer is desperate for a win too. God only knows. You know, I mean, based on what I've heard about his lawyer that was assigned to him, he seems to like go to bat 10 times and not win once. So maybe he'll, try to hit the ball this time.
I assume the fix is probably.
We don't know. We don't.
You never know.
We don't. He reminds me a little bit of Jose Baez out of Florida. You know what I'm saying? Just like somebody that did a bunch of different things, gets a big case, and he won it.
You know how Whitcomb is really fixated on that loud SUV? Doesn't anybody remember what Enon Hart said when he came home? That he saw a SUV, a black SUV with nice rims, and he was like, "Wow, that's cool." Don't people remember what Enon was telling us?
I do, and I was looking for that when they released video footage. Of the road
Whitcomb then talks in the book about that SUV. I think they're one and the same vehicle.
Sergeant Friday, I remember that now. I had completely forgot about that fact, but he did. He said he got home.
Yeah.
What was he doing? He was playing with his sticks or whatever. He made himself some tea. He plays with the cat. He says he looked out the window and he saw this out-of-state tags, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and it was
big SUV, right?
Yep.
Want to pet my cat?
No, we don't want to pet your cat, you freaky bastard.
Suspect cat number 1. You know, I mean,
but we never see that vehicle on the video camera footage, so it begs the question: who's telling the truth?
What time? I don't remember. He said that in some of the early interviews.
Like 2 a.m.
And it would be nice to know what time he claims to have seen that to see if that lines up with any of the movement that Whitcomb is talking about.
Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, he said I believe Harsh said he got home about 2 a.m. at Enon Harsh there. It has been a very interesting point because he allegedly got subpoenaed.
Yes, he did. He was supposed to be at the preliminary hearing.
Somebody
as
had
was Bethany Funk, right? Do we all remember Bethany Funk had gotten the subpoena for the preliminary hearing?
It's not Funk. It's
she
Funke.
thought she was not going to come back to Idaho.
It's Funke. You got to call her by her real name.
But we never saw one report released thus far with Enon Harsh's name on it.
No,
not one. Not one.
But Enon Harsh, someone said they have his phone number. You should ask him. What time did he come home and what make model was the SUV he witnessed with the fancy rims on it?
It was 145.
How do you know, Kane?
I remember the interview, I think, somewhere around there.
So it was probably 2 days later.
Right. I want to know where's the undercover car? Where's the undercover car on the? And here's another thing I want to find. Now,
the undercover car is SP1, Captain.
That's what I was thinking when I read the PCA for the first time. I'm like, is this dude talking about the undercover car? I said, is he talking about the undercover? I mean, it just popped in my mind right away. Now I want to know where's Rosenthal's report from that night. We got Tisdale's report, right? Tisdale said he saw a group of women walking in front of 1122 as they were doing their circles around the area. But he said he couldn't look. He couldn't look because he was driving and he was focusing on alcohol. I said, okay, but what about your partner there on the passenger side? He didn't have anything to do. Where's his report? No
the other
report
argument.
Even today, we don't have a report from Rosenthal regarding his findings and his whereabouts on the evening of the 12th into the 13th. I find it highly suspicious.
Well, what about the 7-minute time difference that places Koberger's car in a place that has nothing to do with the crime based on the PCA, right? So if suspect vehicle 1 drove from that point up Route 270, is claimed, right? And you know for a fact that Brian went elsewhere, right? How is it that not enough to just throw it out? Apparently, you got his car confused with suspect vehicle 1, which based on your statements, you started tracking at 2:47 a.m. And the time you saw it going towards Moscow was consistent with that phone that was turned off at 2:47, which did not get turned off till 2:54 because it was north of there. So why is it that the vehicle, in other words, the vehicle that they were pointing at clearly can't be Brian? And it's just funny that nobody seems to let that settle into their mind and just think that one through. How can you claim what you've claimed in the PCA? That suspect vehicle 1 exonerates Brian. You're following a car on a camera that has nothing to do with Brian.
Well,
right. Yeah,
I think. How did Ann not make that argument?
It's I think at one point, admittedly, the police said that SP1 was their vehicle now. And yet they still seem to cite it every chance they get.
Yeah.
The bottom line of this case And what we're seeing right now, especially, is that it's a handoff from the Stickergate lie, where they were covering for themselves, into what we have now is another continued lie that's just become this black hole, this singularity, if you will, of a whole town of people outside of the complete element of the whole thing, perpetuating this lie. And you have the victim's family, they were sleeping. No, they weren't. And then you have Cyrus saying, I have no evidence of him stalking them at all. And then the next week, going into another program saying he was inside the living room. I mean, get your story straight.
You're not. I thought you'd be on Cy's team with Twiz.
Yeah, Twiz has been catfished.
You know the thing about
I think he's the catfish.
When Mr. Ray or Mr. Ryan, as Judge Hippler calls him, when Mr. Ray or Mr. Ryan was on Custody Queens, he said, "Oh, wait until you see all the evidence that's going to come out. It's going to show you that Mr. Koberger's guilty."
Yeah.
He's been on several interviews. Hey, man, I don't want to hear your opinion based on your technology.
What
which
about
is
the
what he's
Petri
given.
dish
I
his
want
car
to
was
see
gonna be?
a picture of him in the house. I want to see evidence of his DNA at that crime scene. I don't want to hear your opinions. He's given his opinions. I can give an opinion. I can say, Cyra, I'm going to say what I did 2 years ago. Cyra is highly arrogant. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And there's no way that they should have made Koberger not stand silent anymore and give where he was, that he was out driving. He did that because of the alibi defense. And it was like, this alibi defense is doomed. You got to have a person say, yeah, he was working with me. It couldn't have been him.
I think if he didn't give an alibi defense, there was a catch in their law that if you didn't provide an alibi defense, then you couldn't use anything that would even hint at being an alibi.
Then don't. Because you got to then give Koberger's position where he was. Oh, what a gift! Oh, he's out driving around. Do you remember all the publicity that got? Right. Oh, he's out looking at the stars. Oh, he couldn't have been out looking at the stars. It was a gloomy night. He should have kept his mouth shut. And Mr. Koberger, if you're listening here, keep your mouth shut, because they will turn the word "the" against you. You think you're helping? It's going to
you find the word "the," please.
Shut. Yeah,
it's just like the Clinton trial. You're right.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, right. Thank you. Yeah, you think you're going to say something? No, so they'll turn it against you, and they did once he admitted that he was out driving around. And all of these, I think that she gave him way too much access to the case. That's the opinion I'm getting. He had 18 experts. None of them seem to have access. They shouldn't. You just stay in your lane. If you're testifying on CSLI, you don't need to go into the crime scene and take a look at the place. You don't need to have access and know what the cross-examination was going to be. That's another area that he could go after her. You recommended this guy to me. He works for me, as you do, and now he's going out and he's saying the only reason why he has access to anything is because I let him into this case. They work for Koberger. I've never seen anything like
Koberger,
this.
If he did this naked, I guarantee you he had some kind of battering device attached to his prick.
Somebody said that possibly Jack D was rolled up with Kaylee, and then all this shit started happening, and then he runs out of the house butt naked. I thought that was kind of a hilarious take.
Where was his clothes? Where were his clothes, though? They weren't found.
Some people are saying that it might be, and again, pure speculation, under the First Amendment, got no facts, nothing else. But some people are saying that it might be Kai. That guy, I saw a picture of him. If he doesn't look like a dead ringer for Jack S., I don't know. He looks like him. They're saying that he was the one, and wasn't he the one possibly seen over by the garbage or the trash receptacle?
That's actually somebody did a good live on that. Okay, so if you watch that, I call it Shadow Beast video, because if you look to the left of that balcony, through the video at about I think it's about 1:30, you see somebody go and they walk around the house, right? Mm-hmm. And then they walk down that path to the left of the stairway at 1112. At one point, they go to the window. And you can clearly see them grab a baggie, put that in their pocket, and walk on. And then they look in the second window. That I believe is the same person. It was Senor Wachowski that did the video and showing that they're wearing the same clothes. He's like, does everybody in Moscow wear the same clothes, or is this the same guy? You have dumpster guy at the dumpster camp, then you have dumpster guy at the 112 camp, and then you have the guy who he left out the part where he grabs the bag. But Karmic Revolution also did a little segment on my Shadow Beast, and she paused it at a scene where it looks like there's like a witch doing spells outside that window. Are you familiar with that video, Kathy?
I got that video right here, Ken. You want to see that?
I haven't seen it. I'd love to see it.
Was that your Shadow Beast?
That's the one. That's the Shadow Beast, the cryptic monster right there.
You know, it's just everything is just all sus all the way around. I mean, you can talk about the rug theory. You can talk about, you know, the running naked guy. Oh, okay. Well, please, I got to go back to the PCA. You know, our favorite document, which Koberger called a work of fiction in his statement.
Absolute toilet paper.
When he ripped a new a-hole of multiple people. Detective Payne, and now you know I've brought this up before, Sarge, and I need to hear your thoughts on this. Detective Payne at one point in the PCA says that at when was it 4:04 a.m. that's 4:03 around that time.
4:04.
SV1 was attempting to park in front of 1122 King Road or turn in the street in front of 1122 King Road.
Where's that camera?
What camera would show him that?
Yeah,
Is it the 1112 camera? Is it one of the Linda Lane camera? Impossible. There's got to be another camera that he's looking at that has not been released to the public.
Right.
And if that's the case.
Right. Yes. Sir.
Otherwise, why is he
CG's referred to that camera?
I want to
also as
argue that DoorDash driver described the hair color of the guy that drove away in the tan car.
Yeah, who's that? Is that Koberger now? Is he on top of everything else?
In the tan car.
Red wig?
Yeah, well, Koberger's
got a red wig now?
red hair or whatever.
Yeah. Who do you think that is, Sarge?
Reddish brown hair.
Who do you think that is, Sarge?
Something that JJ talks about a lot, guys. And this will further his stance on this. Apparently, Payne is no detective.
No.
Payne's position did not exist before or after he worked for Moscow PD. He was brought in, and this position was
there
created.
4 years, though. He was there 4 years.
Right. No, not that long. Not that long. If you look at the
but if you notice,
probable cause, he's a little fishy in terms of how he gets.
If you ask an experienced cop,
he says he qualified for being a peace officer 4 years earlier. Qualified means you graduated from school. He didn't say that he had. Usually what they'll say is, I have X number of experience in working as a peace officer. And he's coming up with all the, criminals usually turn off their phones. What? Based on your 2 years of experience stopping drunk kids running across Banfield or you know?
Well, that point is important because an experienced cop that writes warrants was asked about that. And he said if he brought that in front of a judge, they'd throw him out. They don't want to hear about your experience and your opinions. They want facts.
Sergeant Friday, I'm glad you brought that up, because what the public does not know is how many times did they go to Megan Marshall with the affidavit of probable cause? Was it just one time, or did she say, nah, I don't see enough here? And is that the reason why they mentioned the sheath? Because were they or were they not told, do not mention the sheath?
No, they were asked if they could approve the warrant on the information provided without using the sheath. They would prefer that. So, because they feel it might be contested in a court down the road.
What do? It's the biggest thing in the case.
Correct.
Kane,
Without that, the rest of it is like
on the phone right now. We got to ask her. How many times did you was it the first time did you sign off on that warrant, or did they have to come back a couple of times?
What did Payne said? He put in that affidavit what he was told by the other investigators. That's not the bullshit about frozen shock phase. That's a complete lie.
Well,
everything in that PCA is a story. It's a conspiracy theory that they accuse us of being. But that whole PCA is a conspiracy theory.
Look, all I got to say is look at the last line, page number 18. He is saying, based on penalty of perjury, everything that I've said before here is the truth. Okay, he's not having a conversation over coffee, like Koberger supposedly suggested to Payne. when he interviewed him. This is a PCA looking to take someone's liberty and then potentially life away. Every word in that document he certified to. So whether he relied on someone else because he's a military, oh yes sir, no sir, how high you want me to jump sir, I think that that's the reason why they picked him. Because they knew that he was military. No throwing any shade against you, J.J. Vance. Because there are quite a few members of the military who are upstanding, who will do, but there are others that will do exactly as they were told in chain of command. I think that's what happened, Sarge.
Well, I think
someone forgot to tell him to actually get it notarized. He forgot to notarize his affidavit. If you look at,
That's right. It's not even an affidavit. It's if anything,
it's a declaration.
It's called Exhibit A. It's a declaration. Is what it is. It's a declaration, which Idaho and many states do, that you can certify without, because some people won't take an oath because of religious reasons, so therefore they have declarations. But you're right, it's not an affidavit. It is at best a declaration. And then it's taken, the Exhibit A is from the Pennsylvania, look at the Pennsylvania warrant that the two cops out there, Leary and Knoll, signed to get the nighttime warrant. The Detective Payne's PCA is attached, but there's several more pages there telling them what to do when they got Kohberger's phone, how to break into it, what to do. That's where the Exhibit A comes from. It's from the pencil, but they used it. It's document number 1 on the docket in Idaho versus Kohberger. J.J. Vance, I don't know what's going on here.
You want to know?
Well, if you compare it to Blaker's affidavit over, and it was filed to a search in the warrant to search Kohberger's apartment. He actually got that notarized, and he got it notarized in the state of Idaho. So it begs the question of what is.
You want to hear something else that's weird from Chris Whitcomb? He consistently repeated the crime took place in 3 minutes.
Right.
And you know why he's saying that? Because of the thud. Because of the thud at 417.
Yeah.
Because the camera picked up a noise. And Whitcomb doesn't tell us this. But when Whitcomb keeps repeating in 3 minutes, he's telling us where the police believe the crime began and ended, 17 to 20.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you bring up a good point here. Another good point, Sergeant Friday, I must say, because let's face
I don't know
it.
anything according to Kane and crew, but go ahead.
No, you know a lot, Sergeant Friday. I'll vouch for you. No, I mean, it's all three of them. You got Cy-Ray, you got Turvey, you got Wickham, and they are very much in a lot of, especially Ray versus Turvey. All of them are a damn net that timeline's correct. Nobody will entertain any ideas that maybe it's 2 a.m. to fit the 2 a.m. as a dark hour statement that was made early on. They're all saying that they got the timeline right.
And not only that, she's arguing that she got all that shit in pieces. Why was the audio separate from the video? There needs to be a hearing on that. That video and audio can't be consistent with the arguments of the PCA because almost up to a year later, she still was only getting little pieces of it. And they argued that they were having a problem with lining the video and audio up. And the only way you would have a problem with that is if you separated the two. Why would they be separate? Do you mean to tell me a Ring camera does that when it records video? It records video and audio in separate files? That doesn't make sense.
No, I know. I just. How many times have you said to yourself, though, Kane, Vance, Sergeant Friday, that something didn't make sense about this case? I must say, I probably said it 10,000. It just doesn't. The case from the beginning to end stinks like 3-day-old fish. Or people that stay at your house for 3 days that are, you need to get rid of it over and over again. And I see Scully's in chat right there. Where's that photograph, that rendition of Detective Payne speaking to the PCA that Scully did? He put it together like in 2 minutes during a hearing.
When you look up a Ring camera's capacity, what it does, a Ring camera, when motion event or a live view starts, the device records sight and sound at the exact same time. So somebody has to explain where the difficulty came once that file was downloaded by the police. What caused them to cause a delay and argue that they couldn't line them? They were lining these two issues up. There should have been no issue. A Ring camera doesn't have. That was done years ago, I think, on older video where you could get both files downloaded. But it's crazy the way they played with that video. And then what you're hearing at 2:27 a.m. should be sounding like what you should hear at 4 a.m. Right?
I I know you're right. I mean, I've only listened to that. I can't listen to it again. I can't. You know, it is terrifying. That's what you should write, Sarge. That's what one would expect. If I'm
What
sitting
kind
on
of
that
cam was
jury,
it, Twiz?
that's what I'm expecting to hear. And I want to know why the mother of one of the victims said that 2 a.m. was a dark hour. Why not 4 a.m.? Her son was supposedly still alive for 2 more hours. That's never been explained. Oh, they didn't have to go upstairs. That's not been explained. You know, these are all statements that were made
wait, I'm
early
being
on.
corrected. What camera was it, Twiz, if it wasn't a ring cam? If you can say, just say in chat. Go ahead, Kathy. Sorry for interrupting you.
I think it's a light bulb cam. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Go on, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, but is that a brand?
It could be any brand. Yeah, it could very well be a Ring brand camera. I'm not sure.
But you know, and they get it really early, very early on. And who got it? Snyder, right? It's Snyder that's
Allegedly,
standing
what
on
I've
there.
heard is that Jack D originally had it, and then gave it to somebody else, and then Moscow got a hold of it and seized the camera itself and all these things. You know.
I had heard that as well. JD had gotten it early, and didn't he turn it over to maybe Olivia?
A light bulb security camera does not store video and audio in separate files. Single file format is the way they work. That's I mean, it's not hard to figure things out when you can actually start searching. Today's the amount of information available to us as a populace is mind-bending compared to all previous generations. I mean, just a couple of taps of the key and you could get yourself to know things that otherwise you couldn't know.
It's really amazing, Sarge, because we wanted this technology so bad, right? I mean, as a kid, you dreamed of having a helicopter that you could remote control and fly around, and they've used everything against us so badly and broken our trust so badly that we hate everything that we ever wanted. And you know, I keep saying that I wish the technology had ended around the year 2000. I think we had everything we needed right there with the Roadrunner and all these things, you know.
Well, this is 2022 when this happened. This isn't 2010, 29. I know back in the day, a long time ago, that was part of how video was captured. And you would get a video and a sound file so that you could edit them independently. But they were always synced up. It wasn't like, you know, you could screw it up, I'm sure. But I remember this is a long time ago that's the way a lot of stuff was recorded and saved. But that hasn't been like that for, God, I can't even tell you, 10, 15 years. Anything I know that records video, even those little pen things, those little spy camera things, they all record to a single audio video file. There's no separation anymore.
Yeah, it's either an AVI file or an MPEG-4 now. Those are the two choices. I think you were around the 2006 era, kind of before YouTube took off. I also had a channel called Kane's Garden, which was a surfing channel. I had to do 14 different compression formats to be able to get it to work on people's phones, to get it to work on laptops, to work on Apple, to work on Windows. And so I'm very familiar with all the different formats. Every single one of them along the line is a video file attached to an audio file. The fact that they're saying that the audio files are separate or they don't exist is complete bullshit. There's nothing else to it.
No, they separate. I mean, the other thing too is why would a guy with his education carry his phone for any reason whatsoever if it was going to be nefarious?
Well, no, he's this brilliant criminal in every other way, but for some reason he forgot to turn off his phone or not take his phone with him.
Well, no, but the PCA is exculpatory because they cannot locate the vehicle for more than 2 hours. Therefore, the only answer you can subscribe from that particular statement is that you don't know it's him. That's the only conclusion you can come to. The idea that you could put some blurry images up and say, look, there he is. That goes back to the days of saying the burglar was black, he's black, put him in jail. I thought we went further than that.
Bro, honestly, I really, because when you talk about the Menendez brothers case, that was their go-to. Oh, a black guy came in and did it.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's almost what you expect to hear out of Dylan's mouth. But the one
Right.
takeaway that we get is, oh no, it was a guy dressed in black with a black
But there's no
mask.
black guys in Moscow.
Right? Yeah.
Remember that
because you
one?
couldn't-
Hey,
you couldn't
Kane,
sell
remember that
That's
one
right.
guy? That one guy. I remember, like late '80s, early '90s. Takes his. It's Boston. Takes his wife, pregnant. She's a lawyer, to the doctor. She's like 9 months pregnant. They claimed it was a black guy. It was him and his brother who killed her. And
Yeah.
it started up in Boston for years, the trouble. So you're right. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's usually black. Yeah, black
Well,
guy
her
just running away.
description-
Well, we can't
not
say
only
black
that,
guy.
look
We're
at-
going to say clad in black.
How can you argue her description has any merit? Not only was she led to come to the bushy eyebrows, she said eyebrow, not eyebrows, but when she's got them all over her bedroom and they're down the hall in the bathroom by Xana's room, there's eyebrows like everybody in the house had an eyebrow fetish. So anything she says about an eyebrow can't be depended upon because this woman is, I don't even get it. And she never mentioned it. It was brought up by the cop. Did you see his
That's
eyes?
right.
Right. Same
It
thing
was-
with
it was-
everything.
It was
that she
Detective
said
Kane.
was
It was
led by the
Detective
cop.
Kane who ID'd Koberger in the PCA. He looked at
Right.
Koberger's identification from when he was stopped by Latah County in August. And he said, oh, okay. Yeah, he's about the same height, 6 feet tall. He's got bushy eyebrows. I'm like, were you there, Payne? Were you there? And when does a detective make an ID on behalf of a witness? Usually you bring the witness in, you throw down 5, 6 pictures, and the witness will pick it out. No, it was Payne who said it. You know, it's in the PCA is a work of fiction, as Koberger said, you know, in his finally, when he came out with his manifesto here a few days ago. It's a disaster from the beginning to end, but what is troubling is last page. That was the basis for the finding of probable cause because he signed it under penalty of perjury. Period. End. Wherever he got it from, if he relied on other people, I don't see anybody. It's not Blacker. It's not Fry. It's not Rosenthal. It's Payne's signature there, and
No.
that's what can. And this is why I'm
I'll
waiting for
say-
tomorrow.
I'll say
I want
this,
to see how
listen.
she responds.
If you take what Dylan has told you and then review the fucking evidence in the house with a footprint right outside her door by a fucking shoe that was found in the property that more than likely belonged to her, she should be a co-conspirator at the very least. At
And
the
this
very
goes
least.
back to what Kane was saying. Kane, apparently, I didn't know you did surfing videos, Kane. But what type of shoe do surfers historically and also skateboarders use? Isn't it Vans? Usually because they like how you get the penetration and it'll keep you on that board and keep you from falling on your butt. But
This
they
is
are
a
not
family
comfortable
show, man.
shoes.
It's Sunday. Thank you.
Huh? Oh, sorry, Kane. But Kane, is that true? I mean, it's usually historically surfboarders and skateboarders will use Vans. Koberger was not a skateboarder. He was not a surfboarder. He was a runner.
Right. You're gonna have
no
Brooks,
Van
or you're
shoes
gonna
were
have
found on him.
or,
No,
or
but
you're
it's
gonna
funny
have
that-
Nike or something, right?
That shoe
Nike,
statement was used in the PCA to suggest the order of travel of the perpetrator when in fact they knew that they found the shoe that created that track. So they had that information long before the PCA was written. How did that track get interpreted to show movement of the perpetrator heading towards the sliding door?
Yeah.
Why is
I mean,
that
when
shouldn't
we
be in
saw-
the
when we
PCA at
saw
all?
It was pointed toward Dylan's room, wasn't it?
I
No,
thought it was so close to her room that it was either pointed in towards her room or they were standing there having a conversation.
Yeah, I got the impression reading the PCA. You're right that it was path of travel. It was supposed to show the path of travel. They
It was
thought
right
showed
at
path-
the closed
You're
door
going
itself. You're-
opposite of the sliding glass door pane.
Well, it wasn't even pointed in any specific direction other than if you were standing there and you may be heading towards the staircase, you could have pivoted, but the shape of the shoe print made it look like somebody was standing there talking to her.
Right there.
And if she claims he was 3 feet away, well, doors are about 3 feet wide. So if you open the door, you'd be within a few feet of the person that was wearing that shoe. But unfortunately, that shoe was found in the property. We only found it out this year. So that shoe has nothing to do with the crime. And if it does, it's got everything to do with the person that owned it, not Brian Kohlberger.
So how does Payne say in the PCA that they believe the path of travel was because she opened the door, she saw him, she goes into the frozen shock face supposedly, but the print, the shoe print made them believe that he had exited or was heading toward, because she never saw
Correct.
him leave. She never saw him leave.
No, but the shoe print was indicative and consistent with what the witness saw of the movements, right? So that's what I mean. The whole PCA is exculpatory to the accused. Everything in it. The only thing that's in it that isn't exculpatory is the knife sheath, but the knife sheath and the DNA should be thrown out and not even considered because of the chain of custody.
I don't know why she spent so much time on other things and not working up reasonable doubt. And if you get that, I mean, every defense attorney ever would move to try to suppress evidence. And this wasn't just evidence. This was the case. It was it. I mean, even if Hitler would have denied it, okay, then you preserve it for appeal. But they didn't even try.
Well, there are a lot of things that we think they didn't try that are actually in the hearings. One thing that really stands out to me, and I think a lot of people called it out early, and I think you may have noticed it also as well, Kathy, is that with the Gooch, Vicky the Gooch, right? She is a crime scene, not only a specialist in recreating crime scenes, she also has a class where she teaches creative writing on my Boy Scout, I was thinking. But anyway, teaches creative writing. And so when you see things, like you said, clad in black, that we know no millennial would even have any concept of what clad in black freaking means, or let alone say that. Also have things like deadpan face.
Frozen shock phase.
Frozen shock phase. That's a cop term. Clad in black. You would never see a 19-year-old say those words.
But the funny thing is we don't know what we didn't know what we know now way back in the day when everybody was running around saying it was dark. Now we know the house was lit. We know it's lit because when they went into the house, the lights were on. You could see it on the body cams. That house wasn't dark. And everybody's giving Dylan the exception it was dark. Right, giving her credit for it. Then how could she see Zana on the floor 30 feet away? How do you see that in the dark? You can't.
Well, also what Kane had just, was saying with respect to Gooch, to me, she was one of the best interviewers at all. How she handled Dylan during that interview, I thought was very good. Boy, they shut her up. I don't recall any other interviews that she gave.
I think just the opposite. With the Gooch is what happened with the Gooch is you had her prodding the witness along. So Dylan would say something. Oh, do you mean like he had one eyebrow? Yeah. And then that develops later on in the interview. Exactly. So she's developing this story, and then she removes herself away from the case because she's done her job.
Everything in that interview, I don't know that you're going to find DNA because we deep cleaned that house last week. That statement in and of itself, man, every piece of DNA and every blood sample in that house would be unique to the murders. And yet, what did they do with all the male DNA? Not identify a single piece of it. So, you know what I mean? The shit this woman said, I would have put her in cuffs. I don't give a take my job.
Well,
but
she
put
should
her in
have
that
been
cage
by standard protocol. Both her and Bethany should have had at least detained, like they said they did with Jack D when he was voluntarily sitting in the back of the car. That fucking, it's like it doesn't. That's not the biggest lie we've heard that Jack D was detained. Like we saw on. Did you guys see the instant whatever edition? It's not the biggest lie. It's just a bold-faced lie. At the end, we're already up to our tits in lies, and to hear that's the reason that I set off this live. I'm like, JJ, these freaking jackamos have gone too far. I can't take it anymore. I'm ready to have my eyes pop out of my head.
Well, it's Kane. It's how much can you accept? I mean, Turvey did say, he had said, usually what law enforcement will do will separate the people found outside the scene of it. They should have been immediately put in cars, taken downtown, rather than having a bunch of those people stand around talking to each other. You got the witnesses hearing what Nunez is asking Dylan and what she's responding. They're within earshot. They should have immediately been brought downtown, put in separate rooms, and interviewed there, not in front of everybody else. It was like from that point on, anything that they said, even if they didn't intend to, they were influenced by other people.
Worse than that, listen, when the policeman walked in that home and he found that murder scene after being told by Dylan that she saw her friend sleeping on the floor and the call came in as unconscious, I'd have rounded everybody up. I'd have borrowed neighbors' apartments to hold them in if I had to. Nobody would have left that property and nobody would have been able to talk to each other. It's insane. What they were told as a responding officer to what he found, and she saw that person laying on the floor, there's just no escape for that.
You got to turn the clock back a little earlier, I would suggest, Sergeant Friday, because Nunez is walking upstairs and he's got Hunter behind him in his hand. Okay, maybe it wasn't a cape, but it was still a knife. Right. And so they're just like, okay, well, maybe there was a mass pew, but it's not, it's not an AR-15. It's, a pistol. It makes no sense that the cop would turn his back on him. He must have felt very comfortable with HC, I would argue.
He thought he was going to go put electric shock on some girl. Remember, he had that equipment.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, he's walking outside. It's like every time you go to that house, he's there. He doesn't live there supposedly, but every time the cops went there, he was there. Like you said, with the zip ties on his arm.
You don't need wait a second. You got people at a crime scene. You don't need evidence to detain people. I'm sorry, Twist. That's the way it works. You walk into an unconscious victim and you find people stabbed to death, 100 times between the two people in that room, blood everywhere. And there's a whole bunch of people standing around outside. You detain each and every one of them.
You take them downtown. They're
absolutely. This is America. You got 24 hours to hold them
until they're
people.
Clear. They're considered
you got 24 hours to hold them
clear.
if need be. Yeah. I mean, I'm not anti-cop. I think for the longest time, I was supportive of the police, and I argued this is a lot of tunnel vision going on here. They focused on one thing and to the expense of everything else. And there's still an argument to be made for that. Mix in a little bit of ignorance, a little bit of stupidity, people above you telling them what to do. And you end up with people like Brett Payne writing up an application for a warrant that has no evidence that this kid was involved.
I think that one of the roads that they want to lead us down is to make us think that in the beginning they had no idea who could have done this awful thing. But I think all along that they knew. And once they had the patsy secured with Brian Kober for whatever reason they chose him, then the tunnel vision began. Yes, 100%. And everything points to him, whether it does or not. It's like playing spin the bottle with yourself. You know what I mean?
I'd like to see their investigation, if there was any investigation, to the SUV that made all that drive and all those rounds. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't think you're that fucking smart where you think you found a white car and you got some black SUV with a loud muffler making all those moves, parking out front for a couple hours. It's local. It parked right back up on Linda Lane. What's the investigation of that? Who owned it? What the fuck were they doing? Right?
I think that, in my opinion, the perpetrators walked to the scene and walked away. I mean, it's just, if there was a car, it was the freaking undercover cop car, man.
I'm thinking more and more they may have even entered from the third floor. Did anybody investigate that? Did they look? Did they dust for prints up there? Did they see if there was any forced entry, or was there, apparently that door was unlocked because Murphy was outside, right?
Right. Yeah. Who let? That's another lie that you have, is they say that they sat in that bedroom for 8 hours.
Yeah. Well, what about all the texts and all the videos and edited photos and deleted images, and what was that? I don't know. I don't get it, man.
No, it appears that, if you look, I think a reasonable explanation or a theory, however you want, is look at what I just picked this up for the first time. I must have watched this body cam so many times, but you got Lanier and you got Payne on the front step. This is before they took the students out. And Payne says something to the effect, Lanier says something to the effect, the early rumors were this was an F overdose. And Payne says, oh boy, the university, just when things were getting to be really great about the university.
Kidding.
All right. You got a guy here who has no ties to the area. He just landed in the community a couple of months before. He's got no family. He's got no ties to U of I. I think that's a critical point. And there's also the issue that he's got a name that almost sounds a little Jewish, right? And
Right. Yep.
Idaho is the 50th state in the nation in terms of people that are Jewish. They don't live there. There is a long Aryan nation history there. So maybe there was some thought, boy, we got this guy back east. You know, who's he think he's going to come here and tell us what to do? He's got no ties. I
That's
mean, going to the
exactly what
Patsy
Steve
theory, Kane.
Gonzalez said. It's
Huh?
exactly what he said once they got Brian in custody. Exactly what you're saying are the exact words that came out of his fucking mouth. This guy from the East Coast, these big city guys, are going to come out here and tell us Hicks how to do things. That's exactly what he
he's
said
an
about
outsider.
Yep.
There's several elements of vernacular that they use in this case.
You're right, Uncle Ted.
For instance, an off-campus after-hours house, and everybody was sleeping. You know, those three things are very key into guiding the public's opinion in the beginning of this case.
Hold on. Somebody's saying sausage pickets. See, I wanted to know the whole time when they said there were prints outside of Murphy out on the third floor deck. He's saying that I just saw on Glit. What did he say? It's right there. You should highlight it.
JJ, I think JJ fell asleep. I've been trying to text him.
Seems like he would not. What did that guy say about Glitch? That there were bloody paw prints out on the third floor.
You know, it's funny that
Every report that I just saw on Glitch DNA post showed that there were bloody dog prints out on the balcony.
You know, and that I'm sort of mad at Turvey because Turvey raises the issue. There were paw prints out on the third floor, and then he moves on. It's like, well, wait a second, Dr. Turvey. Why are you even raising that if that's not relevant? You know, so maybe they were.
He was showing the dog was outside. I think what he was implying at the very least was that dog was put outside.
At the very least, and possibly
while
more.
something was happening in the house, obviously, right?
And then what about, I mean, in the story, we
That would
just
make
learned
sense.
now with this last document dump that Dylan is saying that she went up to the third floor to take Murphy out. Had we heard that before? Never. And then we don't know what are the whereabouts of X and Zana and Ethan. Remember at the beginning of the case, they were so ambiguous about it. It was like we knew where Kaylee and Madison were, you know, got picked up, went to the grub, you know, went to the corner club, was there, then taken there, and then got home. But it was like this big mystery. Oh, they were seen at the Sigma Chi Lounge at 9 a.m. And then the next thing you hear at 1:45 a.m., they're supposedly arriving home. It's like those hours in between are crucial. Those hours, the last movements, who had access to them? Were there any fights? Were there any disagreements? It's like they blurred all of that out. And now we hear Dr. Payne says that they arrived home at 1:45 a.m. Then you got Judge Hippler saying, oh, no, they weren't home at 2. So it's like, why does the public not know Xana and Ethan's whereabouts today? It's going to be 4 years since these crimes happened.
Well, you know, they
What's
had
the big
Life
mystery?
360 on their phone. So that is the simplest part of the case that they're scrubbing out. Let me ask you a question though, Kathy. What about Dylan tells you that she's such a good friend that she went up to the third floor without being asked to go walk her roommate's dog? No, I'm not buying that. First of all, what do you think about that?
Well, I don't know why that fact was not disclosed earlier. Why did it take until just now, this last document dump? It was redacted from her interview as her name was, and now so she's going up to the third floor. This is not when they went up there together, supposedly. The 4 girls sitting in Kaylee's room. This was the second time she went up there. And they don't tell you what time that was. Was it at 2:30? Was it at 3? Was it at 3:30? Was it at 3:49? And then what about this the DoorDash driver, Kane, who said he saw some girl playing peekaboo up, what was it, the third floor? Who is she with long hair?
That, wasn't that Molly McMichael? Molly McMichael's the one that said that. Here's the thing about the DoorDash driver now. We're hearing from one of the latest interviews that the DoorDash driver was actually a sober bro. That it wasn't even DoorDash. They were trying to get rid of DoorDash.
No, the text messages were released. The driver released his text messages, and he did in fact pick them
Yet
up.
in the interview, you have the girl saying they were trying to get rid of DoorDash. They were trying to make not DoorDash, but Uber. They were trying to get rid of Uber, and they were trying to make it free. And when they tried to make it free, people were taking rides like to Boise and just totally abusing it. So they had to put the kibosh on that. The thing when you talk about Whitcomb, when you talk about Turvey, even when you talk about Bloom and the Daily Mail, you have people that are just trying to send this story into 16 different directions. It's don't feed the Muppets and don't let the Muppets feed you.
I don't think Turvey sent it in any direction other than interpreting what he was exposed to. He's not talking about the cast data. He's not talking about any particular officer. He's telling you that as a crime scene investigator, these are the issues that I found, and I brought them to the attention of the defense, and they didn't do anything with it, like the hair, the blood samples. You want to know who that shit belongs to, because if it's that important to suggest it's an exculpatory to your client, then it's if it's that important to be exculpatory, why isn't Ann asking for it to be tested to the nth degree? Right?
Koberger's saying he was never told about it. And we probably wouldn't be here today.
Well, it was told to us by what's his name? Cy Ray, the genius, that it was one hair with debris, which was what the police report listed it as. That means Cy Ray hasn't got any more of an expert opinion than Turvey. Turvey literally saw the photos. He literally collected the bed frame. Right? So when you look at the two, I don't think Turvey is I think Cy Ray is like an op. I don't think Turvey is.
No, I don't either. I the only thing I have.
Nor do I think Whitcomb is, to be honest.
I have an issue with Turvey not saying how contaminated the crime scene was. That should have been the first thing in his report. That those officers walked in and out and up and down for hours as though it was Grand Central Station and contaminated that crime scene. All they needed to do, you go in there, you see what you have, you clear the crime scene, and you don't let anyone in or out until ISP gets in there and processes. I want to know how much DNA ISP processed that's been scrubbed from the public that came from the Moscow Police Department.
When did they start? The next day?
What?
Didn't they start the next day?
No. They needed Nunez to go and write the warrant. Nunez runs,
I know, but I'm saying the ISP team, they didn't start investigating the crime scene until the next day.
No, sir, wrong. No. They at nighttime, they went. Here's what happened. Okay, the PCA, according to the PCA. Payne shows up at 4 and supposedly Smith walks him through. Now, Smith's report doesn't say word one, and we haven't seen any body cam of him walking Payne through. Then the head of the ISP, who was a gentleman by the Detective Talbot, says that they got the call at 12:22 from the MPD. Get out here because we can't process it. You guys have the lab. We need you here. You see them arriving somewhere around like minutes before 2 o'clock. You see their van out front, but they don't go inside until they get that warrant. Then at 5 p.m. or thereabouts, according to the Talbot report, and he wrote it contemporaneous. This isn't one that he wrote a year later. He wrote this fairly soon after November 13th. He says there was a group of 5, Jennings, Thompson, Blaker, Payne, and him, who did a walkthrough of the house. So now it's like, did Payne go through once or did he go through twice? And then after they did that walkthrough, he started to process the crime scene. This was around 5:30 p.m., the evening of the 13th. Why would they not process it until the next morning, Sarge? They started processing the night before. It was 5:30-ish, around that time. They start taking the pictures inside, outside. They start, gathering whatever they got to gather. They take the sheet, they give it.
Well, you got a video of a woman with sneezing into her arm, into the crock of her arm, while she's got a Q-tip holding it up towards that light. The whole place was a disaster. There were 100 people went through that thing.
Yeah, Lucy Morningstar and I were literally watching that investigation live and just being like, this is the most non-investigation I've ever seen in my life.
If you're going to use microscopic evidence, right, then you gotta seal that house, and only people equipped to protect themselves from contamination can go into that house. If you break that cycle, then it should be inadmissible evidence right off the top.
Look at how many times they walked in and out of that back door. That's supposed to be the point of entry and exit, according to the state of Idaho.
They were walking on the
You had
footprints
Smith
outside.
going in and out 100 times. You got
They had
Lanier walking in
footprints
and out. You
leading
got
towards
Warner
Jack's
walking in and out.
house. They had footprints leading towards Jack's house, and the cops were walking through them.
Yeah. It's like ISP came through and took photographs of them. I'm like, are you taking photographs of the alleged possible perpetrator? Or are you taking photographs of Captain Lanier's footprint?
Are you getting the dog to follow those footprints to their destination?
What about when they removed the dog? They didn't even call ISP and say, is it a good idea that we remove, Murphy? And like, I had asked this of a cop one time who's done, unaliving investigations. And he said, yeah, you need to remove the dog, but we would have bagged him. We would have bagged his paws, his coat, whatever, and preserved him, put him in place and had ISP, test him. He could have had valuable DNA on him.
Right. He could have been
And they're
washed.
they're just walking him out, walking him out like it's, going out for a Sunday walk.
You got an 8-hour delay. Did the dog get a bath? Sure sounds like it.
It sounds like he did, possibly down at the pound.
Would a dog that was bathed would then shake in the common area and spread blood all over the place that was diluted? That would make sense. Right.
That would make sense. And then you have who? You got Rosenthal going there to retrieve the dog, and he turns it over to JD, whose girlfriend or ex-girlfriend is still upstairs, brutally unalived. And why isn't his body cam on? He might have said something to incriminate himself.
Yeah,
that would be, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, that's the thing about the taking of the dog. He does it like a sneak thief, while the operator of the kennel is out to lunch, takes all the paperwork and doesn't leave a note, nothing, just takes the dog, disappears, and they had to call Moscow PD to say, where the heck is this dog that we had?
Right.
Well, I would have had a dog that could follow tracks, that could follow scent. I'd have brought him to the backpack in the backyard. I'd had one dog go after the backpack, another dog go after the glove, another dog chase those footprints. I mean, there was evidence that people exited that home. And that backpack wasn't like some worn, been out in the rain and the weather for months. Trash. It was, right? They didn't search the dumpsters. They didn't search the garbage cans. They didn't. It's unbelievable what they didn't do. And that tells you that they were looking for a suspect to hang this on.
Well, the other thing, I mean, it goes back to what Kane's observation was, that it just seemed like they were completely incompetent, right? Just going in, and this goes against any what a normal police department would do that comes up on this type of a crime scene. But then, are they intentionally walking in and out all the time to make sure that their DNA is there? Some suspicious minds have thought that.
I mean, if you that's what I was saying before. You literally hear Nunez stomping through the crime scene. It's like he's literally pounding his boots down, trying to make it, obvious that he's there and he's in charge or whatever. He's contaminating the freaking crime scene. Is the bottom line.
Right. What was Bill Thompson doing in that house?
And Ashley Jennings. And they went in and out.
You guys see Criminal Confidential's video where Ashley Jennings is looking at something that's a piece of evidence and then hands it back to the cop, and they put it in the sealed evidence bag? Did anybody see that video?
Oh,
that my
please
Jen
don't
did?
even, Kane. No, I didn't see that.
Oh my God! I if JJ was awake, I would have him pull it up. It's just absolutely.
What is it a video of?
It's Ashley Jennings holding a piece of the evidence. You can't see exactly what it is, but it's something small. She looks it over, and then she hands it back to the detective, and they put it in an evidence bag.
See, here's the thing that's disturbed me the most is that if he's the murderer, he should have taken this to trial, and he should have gotten rid of Ann and done it anyway, because there's 8,000 ways to everywhere to get out of this. right? They provided you 8,500 different exits on this potential guilty
it's
verdict,
the
right?
golden ticket out of this thing.
So for this kid to have changed his plea like that, I'd like to hear. I'm very interested to hear what his argument is in front of the court as to why he did that. It sounds to me that he may argue that he thought he was doing an Alford plea and it was okay to lie. That's what it sounds like to me. You want to know the truth, because that's what he kind of alludes to in so many words. The way I'm reading it is that he thought that promises were made, things were going to be different, and he was told to lie, that it was okay to lie. He must.
Wow, that's
I'm not
a really
too sure
good
he didn't
point,
think he was doing an
Starnes.
Alford plea.
Because didn't the G's sort of posited out there that he wanted an Alfred plea?
Right, and I think he may have thought that's what he was walking into.
And it's sort of like, okay, people, oh, well, he should know. Well, it's like, if you break your leg,
I agree, Liv.
you're not an orthopedic doctor. You didn't go to school. You're not trained. You're not licensed. You're going to rely on what your doctor says, what you need. Do you need surgery? Do you need a cast? What do you need? This is why you go to attorneys. You don't know the law, and you rely on your attorney.
Don't ever go to an attorney that doesn't have a law
You should be able
library.
to speak confidentially to your attorney, because people will not speak to their attorneys if they see what has been going on here with Cy Ray, who is telling basically the prosecution, this is what the defense's strategy was going to be on cross-examination. Number one, is he guessing, or did Ann Taylor? I think Ann Taylor really relied on him. I think she did.
Relied on who?
Too much. Maybe too much, because she got
On who?
impressed.
Cy Ray?
Yeah, I think
No,
so.
I don't think so at all. I think the biggest thing that should come from this case, if I could have my say over anything, would be for the American public to see just how fucking broken this system is, and how the people that we're paying to defend people are so programmed to plea them out. That's such a system of bullshit. It's not justice at all. Because the truth is, if the state can't make the case, then the criminal goes free. That's how it's supposed to work. Period. End of story.
But it's all about the victory. They have to get.
It is about the numbers. Yes.
Yeah.
They could not have this open case, not with that university there. That university, that town goes down with that university. There's no other commerce there. It's just that. Oh, thank you, Miss Q, for the $2.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
$2?
We appreciate
I
anyone
owe you
who
$2 now,
supports independent reporting. So
Every
you.
dollar matters, Sarge. Every penny matters. Believe me. I was blessed by God to make it through this month. I had a long day getting to pay my rent, because it's been a nightmare. So yeah, every penny counts for me right now. Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Cook.
I do have, I hope the best for you, regardless of the shit talking you guys were doing.
Working out, yeah.
What's that?
It looks like things are working out okay. It's just ever since I wrecked my car with Uber, and they didn't pay me for the accident and stuff like that, it's been an uphill struggle. But
you're climbing a mountain and you don't even got on Vans. You're stuck with some kind of old Converse or something.
Well, you got to stick around, because you got to report on this case. Things are about to get very real in a lot of
like I
different
said,
directions.
we are coming down to it, Kathy, and that's right. We are finally getting to the crux of where information.
But it won't be solved in Idaho. I'll tell you that right now. This case is going to have to go to a federal level.
Hitler has already given his message to us clearly and strongly that we can all go fuck ourselves, and the jury can decide for themselves. And pile on top of everything else, how biased he is. In every, beyond the infomercial, beyond all the lies, beyond all the redactions, beyond all the cover-ups. Now you get to the judicial side, and you have a judge who won't even let the defense attorney finish a fucking sentence, right?
Yep.
It's not alarming. It's disgusting, and it makes us all want to vomit. So I hope, Kathy, that you're right, that we will see a successful outcome, because it's hey, the families want it, we want it, and we all deserve it.
But this does also accomplish their goal. This is the catch-22. Whether Koberger did it or not is not ever going to be known, nor are the actual perpetrators, which is their goal to begin with. There's no way for them to lose. You see? And that's where they've captured us and call us conspiracy theories and pro-burgers. And listen, that's all a distraction. The goal is to keep quiet what really happened that night. That's it. And whatever hoops that got to be jumped through, they're going to just jump through them and keep doing what they do. I mean, look at all around the country with all these district courts making nationwide mandates that you can do this and can't do that. They have no jurisdiction to do that. They can make that. They can do it locally. You can't do this in my county because this is my county. They could do that, but then they transfer it into a nationwide. And so all of our justice system is so fucked up right now.
It is.
That it's just hard to believe we still function as a country.
It is. No, it really is. And we cannot have a case like this be a precedent. Not a case like this with the number of eyes that have been on it for years. And Kane, if I could just make a qualifier, I think that depending on what and how successful this attorney is in terms of supplementing the pro se. I mean, Koberger did I think as a pro se, he did a good job there. I mean, he did what he needed to do. He got the Hunter situation in there and he got the Garza situation, but they need facts. He needs to submit declarations or affidavits immediately by the family members of what they heard during these conversations that would otherwise be attorney-client privilege. He's got to fit, you know how Hitler is regarding his administrative rules. Everything's got to fit the administrative rules. He's got to put facts in to make a prima facie case. If he fails to do that, then there's a problem. But I'm going to give the guy a benefit of the doubt because I know that he graduated U of I, but so did an AP journalist. She graduated U of I last year when the Media Coalition were trying to get this case opened. I mean, she said it all. She said, I've 25 years of reporting in Idaho. I've never seen a case sealed like this.
Unless this guy is willing to throw his career in Idaho.
Any other judge.
If this guy's not ready to throw his career away, this ain't going to go anywhere. He's just another one of the fucking good boys.
Okay, good enough. If he's going to deny it, if they do their job, if Koberger and his attorney does their job in bringing forward enough facts to challenge this sentence, then Koberger can appeal. Koberger can appeal he's going to have to go through unfortunately, whether or not you like it's just how it is. It's how the statute's written.
But Koberger needs a lawyer to advise him.
Got to go to the Supreme Court. Then he can do writ of habeas.
No, he needs a lawyer to advise this lawyer what needs to be done, because the problem is, just like when he went into Hitler's court, Judge John knew this case, questioned this case, was open about the case and the evidence being brought forward, was willing to let them argue it out. And then, for whatever reason, Ann came in and asked for a change of venue long before that was ever required. They were nowhere near a trial.
January
and
30th.
Fucked the whole case up.
She did. She found that goes back to be careful what you wish for. Of course, everything's hindsight.
Well, did she wish for that, or was that to get it away from Judge John Judge? Because Judge John Judge, if you watch what he did in his courtroom, way different than what Hitler did.
Oh, 100%. She won. She won arguments in front of him.
Correct.
She lost every argument
themselves.
in front of the other one in front of him. But the thing about it is, I think you see a Koberger 2.0 version here. I don't think he's going to stand silent. If he sees a problem with this attorney, I think he's going to jump up and down.
Well, let's
and
hope
his family's behind him.
Real quick to that point, Kathy, I'll be honest with you. The evidence that he's saying that was exculpatory that was withheld, I think is, well, not only just the tip of the iceberg, but probably the least of the exculpatory evidence that was withheld, the hair. I mean, that isn't something that can kind of be tossed around and conjecture. I think there's a ton more that is exculpatory that he's not even using.
But he can introduce that, though, as in a line of examples of exculpatory evidence that wasn't disclosed or wasn't properly handled by the defense team. When it came to all the male DNA that was ignored, the glove, the backpacks, all over the beer with blood underneath the beer. Who set the beer on top of the blood on that half wall between the first and second staircase? Who did that? If Brian Koberger is responsible for this solely, you can't tell me that a guy is in this country that you could charge me with 4 murders when I was only one of a team.
Right.
You can make me an accomplice to the murders? You can make me anything you want except for the main murderer, because then you have to show evidence of me wielding that knife and doing these crimes alone and other people watching or other people there. No, this is a problem the way they charged him, because there is too much room to suggest more than one perpetrator.
Oh,
And
there's
Ann didn't
definitely
handle
more
that
than one.
properly. The
There's no way
knife
one
wounds,
person did this.
the
and
knife
decided
wounds,
minutes.
right? The multiple wounds and Kaylee's are automatically showing you more than one perpetrator. This guy did not set down his knife and pick up a double-edged knife and stab her, and set that down and pick something up and punch a 4-inch hole in her, and then smash her face in and then choke her.
Yeah, it's like he's got a Swiss Army knife of giant
Dude, that's what I was
blades.
saying. He had
You
a
know what I
knife on his dick. He had a knife and a club in each hand. His feet were going.
In this country, Sarge, we have this stairwell with the handrail leading up to it, and it looks like it's clearly been scrubbed clean.
Right.
And you had the Mino black that goes over it. In this country, we proved that there was cleaning solution, or you can clean blood up a lot of times with just a cloth and water. And in this case, we have no tiki, no washing. And that's what we're getting back from Moscow.
Well, I think that his argument, though, when it comes to Ann, is insufficient counsel on confronting evidence that was plainly confrontable and needed to be reviewed and included in his defense. Because even if you want to say he was involved in the murder, the argument is so easy to make multiple murderers here. So he's one of how many, right? And that needs to be clear. But they didn't charge him that way. They charged him as the only person involved. And right,
and they're happy to stick with it. And that's what I was saying to Kathy and Jade earlier, is that the next twist to come in this case is they're going to introduce an alternate suspect, give an alternate trial, leave Kohberger's where it lays, and then just get us all twisted up on Jack
they can't do
or
that.
some
They
other
can't
person.
do that. They can't do that, Kane.
Because this time around, he could say, "No, f you. I'm not waiving Speedy. I'm not waiving Speedy." You're gonna have to bring your case within however many days, Sarge. What is it? 90 days, whatever it is. I'm not waiving Speedy, and if you can't bring the trial within 90 days, then you gotta let me go.
They can't introduce complicit co-conspirators in the case either, because he didn't plead to a part. He pled to the entire thing as the cops laid it out, right? So you can't all of a sudden, as the prosecution, bring in another theory and put that in the part. You can't add to, in other words, whatever's here is here. His argument is that he wasn't, what do they call it? Anyways, you guys know his argument isn't, specifically the evidence is that it wasn't handled right. That the lawyer didn't do her job. It was a miscarriage of justice. The judge ruled on things that he should have ruled on, and or the judge didn't have the information, right?
He's not really changing his plea. Well, he's breaking the plea agreement, but he's not coming out openly and saying he's innocent.
He's not. He's going to. But my point
He did
is,
in his statement, Kane. He said, "I am innocent."
My innocence is my ticket out. Right.
Well, the thing about it is, going back to Sergeant Friday, remember, this is not a direct appeal. What we're going to see happening in the next weeks and months in Hitler's courtroom is only going to be limited to the plea and the sentence. Would Kohberger have agreed? And I love your theory, Sergeant Friday, that maybe he was thinking this was an Alfred plea. I never thought of that. I think it fits. He's got to be able to say that, but for what my attorney did, I would not have pled guilty. I would not. I thought I was Alfred plea. I would not have pled guilty. She had all of this discovery. She gets up and tells the judge that she saw everything. I didn't see this discovery. I'm the person here in the hot seat. This is my case. That's what he's got to show, that what she did fell below the standard for another attorney. It's a high burden. But if you say she fabricated to the judge, that falls below the standard, and I wouldn't have changed plea. Bingo, he wins. That's it. He wins first time around. Then they got this evidentiary hearing is going to be a blast, Kane. You got to do it live. Hitler, I'm telling you right now, this evidentiary hearing needs to be open to the public. I'm denying any closing of that evidentiary hearing. Imagine the cast of characters that you could see. You are going to see Kohberger absolutely take the stand. You're going to see Ann Taylor Bill Thompson, maybe the two roommates. And if they don't show up, that's going to be a problem if if they're compelled to show. This is going to be like, okay, the Dodge or whatever, the corral, Kane. This is going to come sooner rather than later. He can also take depositions of people. All right. And I think we see here that this is a different Kohberger. This is 2.0 than what we saw before. He's not going to just stand silent, lay down, and believe what his attorney tells him. If what he wants is not happening, I think we're going to hear from him.
When is the hearing scheduled? Is there a hearing schedule coming?
Not yet. That's down the line, Kane. Right now, we're in the very, very early stages. I am waiting. I'm checking that docket every day, a couple times a day. I'm waiting for a supplementation. Sergeant Friday, I believe that we should be seeing an amended petition, right? With all the bells and whistles that an attorney would put with the supporting evidence. He's got to bring forward evidence. And at the very least, he's got to have evidence from his family saying, yes, we listened. He was told this, he was told that, he wasn't, I told him not to. She told him that this was going to happen, thought it was an Alford plea, and it wasn't. He depended on her. He was scared. You can see it in the waiver of constitutional rights. I'd
even bring Cy Ray in as evidence that I wasn't represented properly. Here's this goofball that thought I was guilty before he came in. He shouldn't have came in.
Sergeant Friday. Yeah.
He didn't. Nobody disclosed to me this guy had me in, had me hung before he showed up, and then he writes up these affidavits showing that I wasn't there, only to go out on TV and say I was there 5 times before.
Sergeant Friday, what is he doing?
I'd erase
going
that guy.
Into 1122 King Road. He's the CSLI allegedly expert. You stay there and you evaluate the phone records. You're not.
Well, no, if you're trying to track movements of phone and try to decide whether any of the signals from that phone and its history placed it in that, you may have some need to get to that property if you're gonna do his job. Remember how they do the driving with the phone?
I'm sure he convinced her to do that.
I don't think that would be too far out of line. If you're trying to establish the presence of that phone at any time prior, you'd want to see that phone transmitting from that location to the towers available to it, and then you would compare it to his past history of movements. I think all that was probably. I don't think Cy Ray. Maybe he's right about that. I don't know, but if he is right, okay. Because I'm not arguing Kohberger's innocence. I'm arguing that the state of Idaho is the most inept, ignorant, Keystone Cop crack smokers ever. They should never have arrested the kid in that warrant. They should have impaneled a grand jury, and they should have started laying their evidence at the feet of the grand jury and let them issue warrants without nobody knowing it, and then built a solid case against Kohberger based on real evidence, not Brett Payne's thinking from. I talk with police with 15 years experience, and they help me figure out the route he drove. I don't want to hear that. I want to know exact details.
You're back to the grand jury, bro. The trust me, bro.
Yeah, the grand jury was the only way to handle this, and they didn't do it. They should have impaneled the grand jury the minute this case was brought to their attention. Bill Thompson.
Friday. I must say, I do love when you say the Keystone Cops when you refer to the MPD. Can you say that again, please?
The Keystone Cops. Can you say a year?
Who's the Keystone Cops?
What year is it?
1923.
No.
Yeah.
No, Kathy says it. She
you need to bring that ice up, Ollie. Come on now, Stan. Let's get going here.
Kane. But no, Kane, so what we're looking for right now, and as I say, this is my mission in life right now. When I'm not looking to see who else is testing these standards, I'm looking to see this might be one of the first cases where the Hunter standard is going to be tested by Judge Hippler, is for this amended petition. Now, when that hits, now that's going to have the bells and whistles on it, or it should. Now, I like what Sergeant Friday said. Maybe this attorney is looking, hey man, I don't have to be doing landlord-tenant anymore. This could be my ticket. I could be the next whoever.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that guy.
Done post-conviction relief before.
Hopefully, I mean, that's being optimistic at its best. But I like to be optimistic on stuff. But here's what I want to say, Kath. Are you in StreamYard? Are you on the StreamYard panel?
No, I don't know how to do it.
Well, in order to join the show, you got to join StreamYard.
Yes,
I just hit the link. Kane gave me a link, and I just hit it.
Okay,
1, 2, 3.
up on that
bing,
link.
bada boom. That's all I did.
Listen. There's in the back. There's private chat, comments, and recording. Go into the private chat. I posted my email. so you can contact me. So then I can contact you.
Oh, now I've got it too. Do you want me to read it out loud?
I don't care.
I'm just
People
fucking
can,
with you.
no, it's on my page. It's on my page anyway, because I don't know how to contact you, but Kane does. What's up with that?
Sarge, no, I didn't. No, Kane just. This is what I do. I'm like, you know,
All right, well,
an
go in the
enigma
back
or
chat
enigma or
room.
whatever.
Go-
I
go-
just show up and then I hit links. That's all. And Sergeant Friday, I'm a married woman. I must tell you.
I'm not trying to hit on you. I want to bring you on my stream for God's sake.
Kane.
Oh!
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm very upset at my husband because just the other day, I'm like, Dan, can you believe this? He's saying this, that, and like I'm talking, I'm going off, you know, with my hands and everything, being Italian, I'm going back and forth. I turn around, the guys in the garage, you know, I mean, they don't want to hear this anymore from me, you know, but it's like I can't help it. Like I say, like Kane, where's your Hotel California prop? It's like,
All right, well, listen,
it's
2:30 in the morning over here almost, and you know, I'm not trying to bang up with a married woman anyway. So I'm just saying, this way I could get you onto my stream. And I learned my lesson a long time ago. I never mess with married women ever.
No.
That's a good.
Yeah. No, there's too many women out there that you can bang around with without them being married.
That's true enough. Listen, Kane. So
But
here's
there's
what
my
we're
email.
waiting
Just so you know, I'm going to say good night. Good night.
Oh no, Sergeant Friday, hang out. We're almost done. Come on, hang out for a little
All
bit.
right, I'll give you 10 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, 10 more minutes, man. All right. So here's what we're looking for, Sergeant Friday. If I could have your attention, please. We're looking for the amended petition. We will then know all we need to know, I would argue, regarding this attorney. All right. We're going to know. Thank you for becoming a member, Pieces of April. That's what we need. We need some more members.
I don't know if she became a member of Operation GCD or I can't tell right now, but thank you for joining either way. Or
Scully, is something wrong with Scully to have the skill to do what he did, to draw what he did? It's just that's
Scully was amazing. He came through with that picture of Pam. I mean, literally, I saw it live a couple of weekends
Well, look at
ago.
the picture he put in the chat room. What's wrong with you, Skull?
What? Okay, let's go back.
This is
to
the link if you're not
put it on the screen.
Purge there. I can't put anything on the screen. I put it in the chat though for April. I don't know if she joined Operation GCD or the Purge. It doesn't matter. We're happy to have her. Thank you so much, and thank you, Miss Q, for the super chat and everybody for being here and going back over there and hitting likes, and Sarge and Kathy for joining me tonight. We that's how we do here. We fly by the seat of our pants, and then we're fortunate enough to have folks like you join us and make it a real show. So don't think I don't appreciate that.
Thank you, everybody. All right.
Well, here I just copied what he did.
Post conviction relief.
What kind of shit is that, Scully?
So anyway, we're gonna find out what we need. I would argue
it's a penis.
To whatever he files next, we're gonna see if he's business or if he's not. If he's a plant, if he's really sincere about what he's doing, and hopefully, and then we're gonna probably see a motion to dismiss. State's probably going to want to get rid of this thing as quickly as possible. Then Hitler has to make a decision. All right, he's either going to one or the other. One person's going to be happy, one person's going to be not. Let's just say he rules in Koberger's favor. Then comes the evidentiary hearing,
right?
And that's going to be something that we can't miss. And that's when you're going to see people getting up on the stand, possibly for the first time ever, and have to answer questions under oath.
If you're not aware, Kathy, I do live every hearing, and I record them with OBS, so I'm able to ride the sliders, so to speak. And I've been very successful with getting almost perfect audio, especially when you have people kind of whispering.
You're going to do tomorrow? I don't know if it's today. Are you doing today's hearing?
What's today's hearing?
Oh my goodness! EWU Media versus City of Moscow, the Moscow Police Department, 9 a.m. That's Moscow time, Lake County, before Judge Megan Marshall.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we're at 3 a.m. almost here, but yeah, I will get up for that for sure, and I'll record that.
No, you won't. You're gonna have a chicken sweats or something before the end of the night.
The meat sweats.
This is a key hearing today. We'll see what Marshall has to. This is the first time. I mean, EWU, they got baseballs of steel. They have put in their request here. Oh, we want the 911 call, and then they put in there the 8-hour gap. Oh, by the way, kind of like just twisted it a little bit. This is the first time that Marshall's going to be confronted with that. Who knows? Maybe the Koberger new attorney is going to show up just to observe, right? Yeah. And he's right around the corner. He's like supposedly right down the street. who knows what we're going to see today. So what I usually do for these types of hearings is I tailgate. I go from, who's doing live here, who's doing live there, and then I'll kind of move around. So I'm very happy to hear that you'll be covering this because I think it needs to be
I'll try
covered.
to get on that. And feel free on any of my hearing recordings to use those. I hate to see people use law and crime, and then you have these fadeaway, and you can't hear anything. And I've been very successful at getting the audio equalized, to be able to hear everything. And it took a couple trials or hearings, to be honest with you, to know, because sometimes Ann whispers and she's trying to be gentle. It's almost like Ann approaches Hitler with a bit of reverence to not poke the bear. You know what I mean? She knew her place with Judge John Judge, and I've said it over and over that careful what you wish for when you left Latah County. Look what we ended up with. And so it's music to my ears when I hear you guys repeat that and say Keystone Cops again, Sarge.
Keystone Cops. Fucking
One
Idaho.
more time.
Fucking Idaho. Say 2026 first.
2026.
She turns it into a sentence. It's awesome.
Now, where's my Keystone Cops reference to?
Keystone Cops in Idaho need a slap.
We need a meme. We need 2 memes here, Kane, immediately. We need the meme of Judge Hitler calling Syray a conspiracy theories or with no evidence, and we need Sergeant Friday calling the MPD the Keystone Cops.
I think you just set Scully on an adventure.
Scully.
He's very capable of tackling.
Thank you, Scully. But anyway,
All right, well,
guys,
I'm jumping down. I've got
to
to take the race car in to change my oil for Saturday's race. So
if I could kick you out, Sarge, I would. But you have a great night. Thank you for being here, buddy.
Thank you. So I'm going to say good night also, Kane, and really nice speaking with you both in Vance and Sarge and everything. I enjoyed it.
Thank you for all your dedication. I mean, we can't hear enough out of you because I don't think there's an end to the information that you have, and it's a wonderful thing. And Lucy hasn't popped in once to correct you on anything, so that's really amazing. So you must be doing something right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Morning, afternoon. Bye now.
All right. Well, I guess this live is going to keep rolling unless JJ gets up to take a whiz or something. If you guys want to stay in chat, I'm down for. I can't control anything, unfortunately, other than my background picture, which I wonder if I could. I never really tried. I wonder if I could put a video in there instead of what I have now. Let me get rid of this one. See if I could put some videos in here. It won't be anything too graphic. Let's see here, and I appreciate you guys. I don't want to keep you up all night again. I'm sure once we shut down the video, the live, that JJ will end it at some point. And he is known for sleeping through the night, actually, so you never know. But there's that. Let me see here. Here. Let's see if one more. Oops, why did I keep doing? Let's try something simple like this. I probably won't accept it. Oh. That's just a background. Hold on, let me try it again. Let me do better. Let's see here. Takeaways from tonight: 26 Keystone Cops. We had Kathy here. We looked up. The one thing I wanted to get to, and I was trying to with Jules, was her take on. She was trying to compare the body cam to Noon's report of what happened with the knife sheath. So the only thing I can, and if they matched up, and I never got to that point watching her live, and unfortunately, so I didn't see what she came up with there. Maybe I can put Lana's one here. It says videos, and not one of them is videos. Okay, yeah, it won't show me the videos because it's a picture. Anyway, so yeah, it would be interesting to see whether the only thing that I can think happened with the knife sheath or the sleeve, whatever, is that if when they lifted up the comforter, it fell into place, and that's why when Kane looked at it, he didn't see it the first time. But I'm not out here trying to explain their story. I'm done trying to figure out the PCA. I'm done trying to make excuses for this. I think their incompetence is just it's self-projected. They're not as dumb as they look, and so they want us to think that they're bumbling. I mean, you can't deny that they look like complete bumblefuck idiots. Pardon my Sunday French, StreamYard, but that is the only way that you can explain all the mistakes that they made and all of the twists that they put into this case, right? But what the fact is that, oops, we made them under another mistake. That just excuses away what they did, and it's absolutely horrendous. What was another thing from today? Master Nature. Watching the Kane interview there with Martha Stewart Copeland, and just talking about how at the end of it they're like, well, is there anything else that you could think of that you want to? Now every single other interviewee just wanted to get the fuck out of it. They didn't want anything more to say to these stupid popos. They wanted to get to their Thanksgiving dinner with Bethany. They wanted to move on. No, not Martha Stewart Copeland. She never does the same thing twice, right? She goes ahead now and tells a story about her cocaine friend who's a good guy normally, but chases freshmen back to their dorm, threatening to unalive them, and she's going to take them out, and or he's going to take them out. But otherwise, he's a good guy when he's not high in the cocaine, right? And so that fact was very alarming also for them. I know Twiz doesn't watch that interview anymore. There's just so many things and it's just like, Connor, thank you so much, and Jules and everybody that's bringing these FOIAs out, and just the thought of them putting such high price tags for them to hide information. So we're literally paying for them to lie to us and keep the. Why can't we hear what Martha Stewart Copeland Smith is saying when she's defending Bethany and Dylan? How is that redacted? It's like they're adding all these redactions just to keep us in the dark and to make more money. They have zero problem with using this opportunity to bring cash into that town, because that town is clearly cash starved, right? Oh, poor old Moscow. Dude, that university is now at the forefront of the INL, which is the cybersecurity, as everybody that watches the Purge knows, the forefront of cybersecurity for the nuclear power grid, for the energy grid of the United States. So you have this corrupt ass son of a bitch, Scott Green, who is now in charge of not only the cybersecurity, but for training the people that are going to take it. And there is an influx, a huge influx, Swizz will tell you, into that area of people that are getting jobs. I mean, they're creating, from what I understand, entire whole neighborhoods to house these people, right? And I'm not even going to get into politics. At the same time, the rest of us out here starve. They're creating neighborhoods for people to rent from the jobs that they're getting from INL where they're raising our rents. They are raising property tax. They're trying to make it so that nobody can own anything. And the rents keep going higher. So nobody can even rent. What do they want us to do? Here in Florida, at least we have some type of appearance of a fight. They're going to get rid of property taxes. They're going to try to stop these companies like We Buy Ugly Houses from buying up entire neighborhoods. It's all just something to get you into office. It's just an ad. It's a lie because it never happens. So what they're doing to us, I have no idea. They're adding flock cameras on every single street corner. And then, this is when I started sounding like a conspiracy theorist. When I talked to my brother, he's like, okay, Kane, I gotta go. That's enough. But I mean, JJ was just talking about they had a flock camera in the park where he's walking the dog on the trail. Why do you need a license plate reader camera on a dog trail or on a walking trail? Just a question, and so it all it seems to be happening simultaneously. And when Kathy Indizone comes on my show and talks about, okay, well, this is how they are taking away our First Amendment rights. They're using this as a catalyst. It isn't the first time. There's lots of cases that led up to this. This one is a precedent. This one is it's the infomercial for the whole thing. They're showing us what they're going to do. Whether or not Othram Labs is the one that solved that IGG thing, they're going to take credit for it. Whether or not everyone that was investigating this case, what was it, Rosentwat and Numbnuts, get awards from the Social Security Administration for their great detective work in this case. Are you fucking kidding me? What detective work uncovered anything? But at the same time, they're happy to just go ahead and say, look, this is how it's going to be. And so what's terrifying is that you and I can get indicted like a ham sandwich. And now not only can you get indicted, you can get convicted, thrown in prison, or on death row. And when you have a public pretender that worked for the prosecution previously, what do you think your chances are of being able to fight your way out of that wet paper bag? And I like I said, I'm not trying to get political, and the thing is we try to vote people into office, but we get the same thing. You get the same sandwich from both sides. The only good thing about the Republican Party is Trump. He's trying to do shit, whether you like him or not. At least he's making some effort. That Republican Party has been disgusting for years. You know what I mean? And trying to push from the 80s a right-wing narrative based on a religious factor where it should be behavior that it's guided on, right? So anyway, it's both sides are screwing us just the same. They are happy to take their place while we get pushed down. As long as their domicile and their lifestyle is not affected, they don't care. And so the time to fight, the only time and we're at, believe me, the fray of the rope that we're being hung by right now is now. And the little things like these cameras that are taking our rights and violating everything they do, where they're using it for stalking already, right out the gate. So there's that. What would Twiz say right now? I don't know. What are you saying, Twiz? Let me read some of get caught up on the chat. Thanks for being here, guys. And thank you for going over there and putting all those likes on. I appreciate it. I just wanted to get the show back into the algorithm a little bit. I appreciate having you. And we're going to be doing a lot more lives here coming up. My next one might be Saturday, Sunday. I might do another one if Jage ever wakes up again with Jage tomorrow. It might be good. I'd like to keep this group together. we've always had a great chat and people that get it, right, with the Purge, and I don't have to explain myself. And no one voted for me to be a cop. That's great. I wish I could highlight all these, and thank you, Leia. I appreciate it. I know you're very strongly convicted on it, and whether you call it a totalitarian thing or if you want, they want you to blame communism. They want you to blame, and obviously the socialist thing, the agenda is awful, but you have more than not is the fact that they're doing it right before our eyes, whoever it may be. They're killing it on one side and then propagating it in another. And before you know it, you wake up and everything you do is, oh, here, Kane ran a red light today, front page news or whatever it is. You know what I mean? It's just instantly on the news. It's going to be like Total Recall or whatever. Or something. Let me think here. What else was said? Okay, yeah. I wanted to really talk about Stickergate with all that I know now from Lucy's blessings over there. Is that okay? So Doug Wilson's son. I know I wasn't saying the kid's name right. Was somehow trying to protect his juvenile child. And you have the Moscow PD unabashedly, unapologetically hiding the body cam and lying about it in open court over and over for a year. And even Meghan Marshall questioned him on that. And I know my speech thing is off a little bit. But so when I say that from Stickergate, this ball that we're holding right now in Moscow, don't let it torment you and think, oh my gosh, it's everything, it's the world. It's literally a handoff from Stickergate. They're willing to lie. Nunez and Romrico over there have been proven to do that, to cover for their own asses. They checked in and watched the video of the body cam that they said never existed while they were saying that it never existed. So how is it that far of a jump for us to say, oh, well, they'll do the same thing in Moscow, or they'll do the same thing with the Idaho, or the Idaho4 is judging. Let me see what else stood out to me. I talked about the handrail with Sarge. Great video. I wish I played it, Scully. The handrail being washed. And so basically, I think most of you have probably seen that video, and they talk about how there's just not enough liquid to match up with that crime, because you're going to obviously lead out whenever you're and there's going to be more. And so it's like they just took a little brush and flung it, and there's your spatter. Or maybe post-mortem, because they did have post-mortem stabbing. And then also you have the everywhere. It looks like there was a struggle. This huge, big struggle. It's all just gooched up. Gooch did it. Gooch set this whole. It's clear, and we've been calling it since we heard the fucking name Gooch. Gooch is a crime scene recreation specialist. People were brought into this case for a certain purpose. Each and every single one had their place. And whether they make them look like Keystone Cops or 2026s, it doesn't really matter, because they know what the place was. And now we're even admitting that suspect vehicle 1 is the freaking undercover cop car. For fuck's sake. I don't know that it is. The problem I have with that is they're saying that it had a loud exhaust. And that if that was a hybrid vehicle, you wouldn't expect that. This is all just going to play out. I will try to do a live 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know that I'll get up and do that one. Unfortunately, I have kind of a long day tomorrow already planned out. I didn't know that was coming up. if I do get up and do it, I'll do it. So I'll try to shut it down here now. And I want to say goodnight to everybody. And thanks again, Ms. Q and also April for joining. Everybody for being here. And make sure you get those likes in for Double JH for hosting the show tonight and being such a great guy. And say goodnight to Abner, his dog, for me. And all right, I guess the live will keep going until JJ shuts it down. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm checking out. And have a great night, guys. 9 a.m. Pacific. Oh, it's at noon. Okay, I might be up by then too. So thank you for that. But yeah, if you hadn't heard of the Purge and you're not subscribed, where the hell have you been? This live will self-destruct eventually. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you. Love you out.